and then close that, open up this thing. This thing works really well. I don't know who else should be using it. Probably all the people I watch should be using it. And then auto find and activate. And then check to see which one. This one is not in view, so this is the one that I can get rid of. And I can remove the source. And now we just have one source in here. Otherwise, they'd stack up, they'd pile up. But we've got the Twitch one, which is just always functioning. And then that one. Yeah, there's Twitch. Okay, cool. It's a couple extra windows open, and it's another Chromium thing that I have to have running. Would love to get rid of Chromium completely. I would love to get rid of Windows completely. Oh, there's so many things that are changing nowadays with software, and I'm afraid that hopefully there will be enough pushback against Google, because they are on their 2026 plan. Google is looking at getting rid of side loading, which severely hamstrings a lot of the advantage of Android and their system of the Google side loading is a big deal. That's a big deal. And getting rid of it means that I have to figure out alternative OSs to run my insulin pump, which is fantastic. I love it. There's a lot of medical research that goes on side-loading apps. One of the jobs that I had with the tracking device group was side-loading an app into a phone. That's government. Like, what are they thinking? Insane. I gotta clean up some of this stuff. I got a couple. I did a nice splash of circuit boards on the desk in order to show off. These like barely fit in. I'm kind of overloaded with circuit boards. Bump, 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 bump. Wait, what mix is this? I thought this was the Brazil one that we listened to. I guess eventually it gets over that. Hey, what's up? How's it going? How you been? How's your mother? All right, let's put this all the way over here. See people talking. There you go. I've been on the phone with the government all morning. Don't get me started on their website. It literally puts the wagon before the horse. Oh boy. Governments and websites are, boy, remember when they had some integrity? Did I click done on my title? Is my title in Twitch? I would hate for a wrong title to be part of my... I am jealous of the freedom of game streamers that can just get this stuff wrong all the time. Oh my god. Yeah, okay, cool. My title's in. Good. Yeah, being able to just freely open up my stream and just say, we're doing whatever, I don't care. I put it on myself, though. I'm the only one that holds me to this. Why is that source visible? Wait a sec. Framed chat in this economy? Why did I enable framed? What scene am I in? I'm in this. Yeah, what happened there? Weird. I must have clicked something. Credibility and competence. Well, yeah, okay. That sounds about right. Yeah, I tried to solder a bunch of these LED things, and it's just not working out. It's just not working out. I tried building them on headers, and I got most of the way through, and a lot of them are okay, but they're all garbage. So we're gonna be reevaluating this and doing it on thin PCBs instead of on header, because the header couldn't quite take it. And as I tried to solder the LED and the resistor, the cut little solder post things would fall through the plastic down into my breadboard and melt my breadboard. So this is a bad venture. I didn't do good here. I was not cooking, as the kids say. I need that PCB to be part of it. Also, those little cups would hold on to a bunch of solder, so it would stay molten for way too long. I would sit there with the iron, and I'd remove the iron, and then I would remove my tweezers, and the LED would just leave because that solder stayed molten for like a full second and a half after I was done soldering. Yeah, cooking with plastic, indeed. Stop him! He's cooking with plastic, but he's cooking. Doesn't that mean he's doing it well? And so that got me on a tangent, looking up ways to cut PCB very thinly, because I only have so much of this stuff that has the trace there already. So these can become these things. They'll be a little bit lopsided, but it's a shame because I can't. It's the middle solid piece is 2 rows. These are only 3 rows, and they need to be 5 because it's a 5-row kind of dealy. So I've got to use it sort of uneven like this, but then again, I guess I could use the unevenness to help kind of indicate what's positive and negative on it. And I don't want to just build another big row of LEDs. I want them to be individual LEDs that I can put on the rails, which is why they're 5 long, so that they can go directly to the breadboard rail. Do you have a bandsaw? Yes. The blade is too thick. Bandsaw would probably be a really good way to do it, but the blade is so thick. I mean, we're gonna experiment with methods today. That's what the day is all about. It's about experimenting. But the way that I think it's probably going to go down is I'm going to double-sided tape this to the vise on my mill, and then I'll put a bit in, like an engraving bit, and V-score back and forth using the mill as my X and Y. But I mean, the diamond saw size it's workable. I mean, I'm obviously losing a bit on the left and the right of the traces, right? They're not going to retain their thickness, but, and I could also do it where I just cut down the row of holes and use every other one, but I would like to have a lot. I would like to have a lot of these LED things, so. And I tried scoring it on one side. Maybe I should score it on the other and see if I can get it to crack without using saws. But we're here to test. We're here to test. So yeah, Julian's here tomorrow. That stream, I think, is absolutely going to happen. Our neighbor has been going through some stuff, and I may be tasked with moving things, so I don't know how much progress I'm going to be getting. You know, it's the whole it takes a village thing. She had to put down the older of her 2 dogs. She was here earlier. I got some pictures of her corgi playing with ours. They have a great time. They were really rambunctious. But yeah, she suddenly, well, not suddenly had to, but she suddenly put down her dog. It was just a thing where it's like, you know what? It was scheduled for today, but then it's like, am I going to sit here and wait? So they did it right away in order to just kind of, you know, pull off the Band-Aid. Very sad. She was a very sweet dog, but her back legs didn't work, and she wasn't doing well. She had a bunch of health conditions and stuff, so it was time. But it's a grim fandango, right? But yeah. Anyway, we're helping her out with a bunch of stuff, so. There's thoughts that, you know, it might take up stream time. I think I'm still going to be able to be on schedule, but if anything happens, that's why. I'll make a different excuse, but you guys will know why. Those who are here. Yeah, it is. It's very sad, but then again, you know, it was time. It was time. Boop. I realize now that I don't have the fan posted in my direction, which is why I'm starting to sweat. Okay. Why do I need to be air-cooled? I need to be air-cooled at all times. Yeah, I mean, and she was an very old dog, so not very old, but she was an old dog. We have a couple of those in the neighborhood. The one old dog is an old Labrador, and she's got a giant tumor on her side. That doesn't affect her biologically, I guess. Boots cats. But yeah, she's a big old lab, and she's very very sweet. But yeah, she's not doing great either. How's it going, Disco House Days? What am I doing? I don't have much. This is inspired by my difficulty in cutting circuit boards. I'm trying to make a little thing that has an LED on it so that when we do stuff like the Logic drum machine, Logic-based drum machine, I can have flashy blinking lights going off as we do it. Because 7400 series Logic is 5 volt and 0, and there's a bunch of inputs doing different stuff. And then those 5 volt signals, you can just put an LED on and it looks cool. So you can kind of see, you can see the computer thinking. It's not really a computer, but it's logic gates. Good, mate. Me dad is coming to Brisbane in 2 weeks, so I'm pumped about that. How'd I do? Did I actually get that? I am very, like, when I do accents on stream, there's so much pressure that it just like blocks out parts of my brain, and I can't do anything close to. Anyway, stupid. I like doing it. I like doing them very badly so that people are like, "What are you doing? Stop." Sounds bogue. Ah, whatever. That's cool. Yeah, that sounds like a long flight. Yeah, I do know that. I'm not going to attempt to even say Bogan as Bogon. Is that from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? Oh boy, yeah. So we've been doing like just keeping our neighbors from losing their mind as they transition into sort of a smaller living situation. So we've been busy with that. Gotta say, oi cants. Cants. C-A-N-T-S. I wasn't saying the word that Americans will get very mad at me for saying, which they really shouldn't, but for some reason it's so much more weighty in this country. I don't know. We'll get there. We'll all get there eventually. Yeah, people like hate that word. So this was to build a drum machine. I've got my buddy Julian coming in here tomorrow. Apparently these musician types, the ones that have like modular synthesizers and generally are a bunch of electronical weirdbeards, the ones that aren't electronical weirdbeards, I think they are operating their equipment exclusively with hammers. I think they have a hammer in each hand and they're turning the knobs with the hammers, and they're plugging in the power cord with the hammer, and they, scratch your face with the hammer, because they're constantly breaking these things. Now, I know the power cord in a modular synthesizer, I don't have an example to grab right away. I'll grab one before we start, I guess. The power cords in the modular synthesizer are like, they're symmetrical, so you can plug it in backwards. But there is a keyway on that plug, so I don't know why the basic, like, I'm gonna make a module that people wanna buy and plug into their modular synthesizers. Well, you just spend like a couple cents more to get one of these. This has like a shroud on it with a keyway. And then maybe your idiot friends won't plug them in backwards all the time, but a lot of them don't do that. And so there's like no protection for plugging it in backwards. Didn't you go to Burning Man and make LED displays? The LED displays did not make it to Burning Man, unfortunately. The stuff that we've been playing around with WLED has been actually amazing, and it would have made so many cool LED projects work so much better. I have done for a big house party on the USS New Jersey back in the day, before that, moved out of Philly, a giant globe that was covered in LEDs, yeah. But none of the projects made it to Burning Man. I, however, did make it to Burning Man. That was in 2011, when you were just a little fetus. I'm just kidding. I am still, though, shocked about how long ago 2011 was. What just happened? Why didn't you power up? Why didn't you power up? Oh, maybe because that's not where the voltage is supposed to be going. It's supposed to go here. Trying to show off, this is a collar for my dog. My Dougie. That lights up. Theoretically. Did I blow it up? Did I already ruin the entire frickin' thing? Yeah, probably. Turn on. That's no good. Maybe if I plug it into USB. USB. What the? That's a red light. Why is my red light turning on? My red light's not supposed to turn red. Oh, there it goes. Doot. Doot. Let's do an audio reactive one. So this is the Willow night walking collar. And this is supposed to, hey, what's up, Madam? This is supposed to light up all fancy. Incredimike! I still have to make a playlist for this so that I have specific effects that I know are good and respond to audio. It's hard to see like this, but eyes are better at seeing these things. I can't do words. I've only got 2 rows of LEDs. 2 rows is not gonna make words. Is that one audio? No, are you? How about you? I'll set up a larger, because I've got it. I'll set up a larger LED thing. I've got all this LED stuff right here. Sorry, washing out everybody's eyes. I'll set up something larger like on the wall, but this WLED program is amazing. It does a lot of really cool stuff. I guess people have been working on blinking lights without me for a while. But this is so that I can take the dog on a walk at night. Reindeer trotting across if you have more. The problem is this is 92 LEDs and it uses 150 to 300 milliamps. And to put that into perspective, the original LED dog collar that we're modifying had a 250 milliamp hour battery, which means if you draw 250 milliamps, this battery will power it theoretically for an hour. So that ain't gonna happen. On this collar is probably gonna need some alternative to the battery, and I'm gonna need to put this into a lower sleep mode that WLED did not plan for. So hang a 32 by 96 panel off the side of your dog. I was thinking that would have been her Halloween costume this year, is if I could get like, I don't know, a fabric thing and some electroluminescent maybe, or just a strip of that solid LED. I could do a check engine light on the side of the dog, and she could run around as a check engine light. Just a little, little flaps on the side of the dog. I could get her a tactical vest. Your dog's gonna rock the coolest collar around. I know people are talking about like me selling this, and I'm like, dude, I can't even make it last more than an hour on the battery. I could probably sell something like this with fewer LEDs in it, but again, like market saturation, I don't know, sell it as a kit. I still haven't gotten it fully working though. There's a couple things that I need to bake into the programming directly. And then I need to sit in the dark and figure out what a good playlist is, because I do want her to sparkle. I'm gonna have to do like a holiday playlist too. This would, if I were better at doing projects, if I were faster at doing projects, like if I allowed myself to make stuff that's not completely perfect. I have a problem with that. I have a big problem with that. I have to make everything absolutely 100% perfect, and that keeps me from doing stuff that's popular and interesting and variety-y. Yeah, if I had the leash handle have a battery and there was just like a little plug. Don't you dare bring that evil into my stream. The Mariah Carey. Not a bad song, it's just everywhere. You cannot get away. Where are the audio reactive ones? Come on. There's so many presets too. A playlist will be much better, and then I'll have it auto scroll through the playlist. If it's not perfect, then what is it? Done. That is a great way to put it. Oh yeah, that's right. Incredimike also subscribed for 14 months. Incredimike, thank you so much. Why are none of these responding? See, the audio reactive thing is important because when Willow barks, I want it to light her up more. I might have to build in the memory thing too so that it comes back to the same preset that it was on. Why are these terrible? What's going on here? What is this? I thought you had better presets. The only thing that I'm concerned about is when we do put it into the sleep mode that turns off all the radios, that it doesn't, that WLED, the main code, doesn't still run the display. It should, but it's expecting to do a bunch of HTTPS kind of stuff. So I don't know if we need to turn some for loops into do while loops. Or try loops? Does Platform IO Arduino have do try? I don't know if it does. But I haven't worked on this at all, and it's been weeks. I don't know, man. I've had a bit of an executive shutdown issue that I'm getting over. I'm getting over it. I just, you get that drip feed dopamine going, and then the rest of the day kind of flies by. You're like, wait a sec, I meant to do a bunch of stuff that I don't want to do. And that's it. That's, hey, ADHD in a nutshell, man. If there's any minor excuse to not do a thing, you will move the earth to not do it. A lot of jumper wire kits. I bought some new ones and now I'm drowning in jumper wire bins. We should put a couple of these. I'm going to move to the drawer. More than a couple, like most of them. Dear God. I love justifying myself to be lazy. I had trouble with that. My old friends group, and I had to kind of move on for people that would actually do stuff. But yeah, I don't know. The problem is it's the brain evaluating itself, right? I'm not lazy. I have an excuse. Okay, so we will get started in just a little bit. Mostly this stems from my issues breadboarding. The 7400 series logic drum sequencer was a project that I've wanted to do for a while, and so I brought it out to kind of give myself a break from the dog collar programming and from burn the subs. How are my folks doing? My dad retired. He retired. Or no, he's going to retire very soon. That's what it is. No, he hasn't retired yet. He's going to, though. He's actually got like a date. So, Father, you're hardly lazy. The shop's a mess. The shop's still a mess, right? Listen, I got all the mental issues that my parents have, so things have to be pristine and clean and perfect and working and all that stuff. It's endemic. I know. Other people who have shops are like, bother, your shop is immaculate. What the fuck's going on? Who cares? You know what? You know why I care? You know why I care? You know why I'm a people who gives a shit? People come into chat, certain people who know exactly where my buttons are, and they fucking break me. They come in here and they go, where's burn the subs? And I'm just like, Bob, hold on, I was setting up for a joke. Here we go. Where's burn the subs? And I'm like, oops, wait, did I turn it off again? Oh man, I was gonna do a good, a bit where the force of the comment, it's just it just cuts me. Looks like my dad's barn, organized messes. Yeah, that's the thing, is I guess it's just how I do memory. I know where stuff is, I know where everything is, and I know where I put it and where I'm supposed to put it. And so if things are that way, I know where to find stuff. Alien Dance. I guess I didn't install the plugin for that one, huh? That was the ideal light turning red because Wayne Johnson subbed for 66 months. Hot dang. But yeah, getting organized and keeping things neat so that I can find things again is kind of an important thing to do. And if I don't do it enough, I start to get kind of crazy. So this desk is, well, actually I could clean this pretty quickly, to be honest. We could go blank desk very quickly. the sprawl of all of the electronics parts is part of sort of the character. So I hear you, but you're showing up here doing stream, making cool shit. That's not lazy. That was a decision that I made because I'd been doing like writing for Hackaday and doing general like project stuff, and that was back when I still had Big John, the fellow who comes into my chat every now and then. He was feeding me projects. Hey, we're gonna do this big thing at Burning Man. I need your help, or we're gonna do this big thing at like a house party, house like music thing. Let's make some fire cannons and stuff like that. But that's dried up. He's gone in a different business direction and doesn't need me anymore. And other clients I had also kind of moved on. So I was just sitting here like man, I got to do job applications or something, and I'm just sitting here all day like not contributing anything. And there's this creative goblin in my head. This creative goblin in my head that I just can't put in the corner. When I was doing the government work, I would constantly be working on personal projects, having a notebook that I would write down stuff in, and looking at websites and ideas and products and stuff like that I could incorporate into sort of the electronics stuff. And that kind of started to affect work. But that little gremlin, that little goblin in my brain, I decided to feed and do projects like this on the internet. And it's going okay. It's just I run into a lot of trouble for never finishing something. And then the people who make that commentary, they're not around for when I do finish something, because you work and work and work on this project, and you do the commentary and the explanation, the camera work and all that stuff in order to get good video of what you're working on and how you're working on it, and try to make it clear and crisp and clean and nice. And you get the thing together and you test it and it works, and then you move on to something else. And that is like 1 second. It's like a blip. So number one, I need to finish more stuff. Number two, be a little bit less perfectionist about it. Number three, victory lap. I need to stop when something works and is successful and say, look, we did it. Here's a whole stream of we did it. And then you can move on. Because there's not enough uptime with something finished. People don't realize that you finished a thing. Stroke my own ego. Not finishing is not lazy. Yeah, but those people come into stream and they have their little comment. Why is that blue? Why is that blue? Veet Nukem gifted a sub to Prince of Devils, which I would love to be able to pronounce. But apparently that's the Devil Prince. That's a cool name to have in Japanese on Twitch. Fuck those guys. All right, yeah, but I don't want to. No, we're not gonna get hostile. There's a couple of them. Hey everyone, look at my nipple. See that? It's my nipple. I may have to swap a pump today. I've got something like 15 units left in it, and we'll see if that gets me through the hot dog on a hamburger bun that I ate for lunch. Just a hot dog on a hamburger bun, that's it. I wonder if I can use this nipple. Not hairy enough. The fact that it is somewhat hairy is disturbing to me. I think that's a dog hair. Give me this. This was from the ThinkPad. That was just the right era where you could look up the names of all of the chips that were on the motherboard. And I found all these cool like ASICs on the motherboard. There was one chip that uses just a diode as a thermometer. It was able to go out to like several diodes. So they'd have like a processor, and then under the circuit board, you would have just a diode hanging out under the processor. And so this chip would use a diode as a temperature sensor. Nowadays, like the chips will have a temperature function built into them because it's easy enough. But yeah, you can see it's like all ASICs and stuff. It's cool. It's cool. This was the way that these nipple mice worked. The clit mouse. The way that this thing worked is that it's got a band of micro electromechanical resistors, MEMS resistors. It's got one of those flexi PCBs of them wrapped around the shaft, and then as you push this, you are microscopically flexing a metal shaft, and that's how it gets the directions. That's why they were so accurate, because you're using the amount of force. I think that's how these work, right? I think so. Micro electromechanical systems. Pretty sure that's how these work. Nice nipple. What are the odds that it's a plain PS2 device? I wonder about that too. I haven't had time to like look for how to use it. It's got a lot of pins though. That's a lot of pins coming out of it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Where'd you get that? Is there a Lenovo ThinkPad out there missing a nipple? I had a very old ThinkPad. You guys have heard me tell stories of this ThinkPad that I had the motherboard for, and I would constantly look at the chips on it and find all kinds of useful stuff. That's this. That's where this came from. It was a broken ThinkPad. A very old one. A very old one indeed. Yeah, Veet Nukem, thank you so much for the gift sub. I am working as hard as I possibly can to get to a point where we put that name up on the board. Ah, the Dremel's a little dusty, huh? Haven't used it. Polymer FSRs, but I haven't encountered a MEMS one yet. Wait, are they, I don't know if they're all polymer FSR. I thought they were all MEMS. Micro electromechanical systems, because it's a sliding set of resistors. Yeah, like they count as MEMS. Oh no, FSR. Oh my God, Ciano, of course, getting bogged down in details. So useful. I'm so glad I'm wasting my time to answer the. All right. Will you have a profanity filter? It's actually the third Burn the Subs. Burn the Subs 3. Yeah, I'm gonna have a watch your profanity, but that'll be done with Node-RED instead of native on the thing. And I think, I don't know, hopefully I can find some kind of like a profanity database so that I don't have to like sweat the small stuff and go, actually that's an insult in like a horrible, horrible word in you know, Sudanese or whatever languages people are deciding to try to sneak swear words into. I'm all about the wacky Twitch usernames. Some of them are not the style of comedy that we want. Others are fine. So it's going to be interesting. I'll probably have the very minimal amount of profanity filtering in it because supposedly Twitch has already filtered these names, right? But we found that something underscore joke underscore was a common format for fairly new accounts that a particular user was able to continue to find. They had a deep credit card, so I'm laughing all the way to the bank, but it kind of strayed the typical name that you would see on the board. And this is back when my nieces and nephews were young, and they would come into the shop and they'd look at the board, and I'd say, don't look at the board, don't read any of that stuff. You're supposed to be 14 before you can get on Twitch. Get out of here. I don't know what Node-RED has in terms of like looking at a field and then seeing if it's profane or not. There's probably some kind of a what's that called again? There are email filters that people do in regex. There's probably some regex phrase that I could use for profanity filtering. Boom, boom, boom. Let's find a good audio reactive one. Come on, man. Okay, that one is just a seizure. I don't know what's going on. Oh, you guys can see. Yeah, it's kind of hard for me to get these LEDs on camera because they're perfectly visible for me. But the camera's like either too sensitive or not sensitive enough. and it's hard to consistently scroll through them. It's funny, the long press is actually killed by the different... Oh, is this one actually? La 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 la. It's like vaguely, there's some response. I have it going through all the different like random color modes and stuff too, so we get random hues on this. I'm gonna make willows sparkle. It's gonna be awesome. All right, we're getting on 40 minutes, which means everything is getting kind of a little oldie and moldy, and we probably need to start thinking about actually streaming for once instead of just sitting here. What are you doing? Are you just sitting here? Hello, viewer. If you tuned in last time, I was looking for a song and Copper helped me find it. I found it in a Martin Sino Pants video where he visits Finland and buys a Satsuma. I must have been in a fugue state when I originally watched it, but I've played many hours of this game, or at least just enough hours of this game to have said that I played it. I did beat the game, but this is the song that I was looking for. I played it at the beginning of stream, but I'm going to play it just before I intro. Oh, link me to it. I want to look. That's a different progression. Da-na-na-na-na-na. That's different from what I actually hummed into the phone. So I guess the phone humming thing requires you to be mildly accurate. Put that in Discord? I want to open it up right now. I'll get it out of the Discord then. Like, I played this game. I knew that it was just that, like, very popular style in Japan of having sort of a 60s guitar. I was looking up, like, Space Channel 5 and stuff like that for that, like, 60s / modern composer feel. Is this what you linked me on Discord? So this is it. This is what I was looking for. I can't believe it. Yeah, I'll intro in just a second here. All right, so you guys get the point. Anyway, it was Mario music the whole time. It always is. No, it's not. Oh, there's the trackpad pinout. I've always wondered what the pins are doing. I just want to look real quick and then I'll intro. The third floor Super Mario 64 was a highlight of our 10-hour trip to your place back in the day. Did you know that for the Nintendo 64, I only had Mario 64? I moved to like computer games and stuff at that point. I think that was somewhere around 1998, 1999. 1998 was a good year for computer games. DTA, MB1, MB0, ground. So I don't know what protocol that is. Data A, MB1, mouse button 1 and 0. I guess I don't have the mouse buttons. Ground, clock, volts, reset, mouse button 2. 0, 1, and 2, huh? You're playing StarCraft a bunch. Yeah. Oh, I remember that. And we had that signature 90s corner desk with the computer in the corner and then the lockable cabinet and everything. We rented games for the N64, and so I missed out on a lot of really good N64 games. The whole lot of them, in fact. Perfect Dark, Smash Brothers, etc., etc., etc. I didn't play any of those. I didn't know them, and so I got to college, and all my peers knew those games really well, and I just had no idea. All right, so we're gonna try a bunch of different ways. Mouse buttons are encoded into the touchpad logic. So it's actually just one data line coming off of this and a reset. Huh. And somehow 3 mouse buttons. One day we'll hook it up to something. I just wanted to, I found this, I think under something, but it's just like one of the fidget toys around here, even though there's no moving parts on it really. This is my old ThinkPad. I don't even remember when I had a ThinkPad or why, but it was a broken ThinkPad, and this is the nipple mouse that I got from it. All right, that goes to the side. So cutting circuit boards is a particular conundrum in this hobby. There are many ways to do it. The circuit board is constructed of FR4, which is fiberglass. It's epoxy impregnated fiberglass. It's fiberglass. It's really bad to breathe in the dust from such things. Although we do deal with the dust quite often, it's not as super dangerous as carbon fiber dust, but it is still inhaling epoxy. And you know, the microplastics in our balls like to fight foreign microplastics. So we really don't want to be introducing epoxy into our lungs and bloodstream. There are many ways to cut that fiberglass and give yourself a nice smooth edge. But I've tried a couple of them, and we're going to try some more here and just see which ones are actually effective, or if we can actually settle on a way to break these PCBs apart. I tried to do my own little method on these things. What I was doing is building little LED add-ons for the breadboard that would allow me to take a look at the 7400 series logic, chooching about, you know, pumping little bits of data back and forth. But they're all stuck to each other because the soldering iron melted everything. And then what I had to do to get them to plug into the breadboard was get rid of the little cup at the bottom. And so that ended up melting down, like literally melting down as I was trying to assemble these. These LEDs are hateful to solder. They're really, really bad. They need flux on them, I guess. What I should probably have done is made a little pool of flux and just dipped the bottom of the LED in that before moving it over. But this just didn't work out. Fundamentally, it's probably an okay idea. What I need to do is reinvent them, and I can use circuit boards. Although, to be fair, what I really should do is figure out about multiple designs on one single circuit board going out to a board house and have them just printed to size out of really, really thin PCB. That'd be the best way for me to do this, but I'm just going to use what I have because we have no, I don't know day in, day out what the hell is going to happen with the price of anything in electronics. I could probably send out to a board house now, and then by the time they ship it, Trump will have, I don't know, like coughed up another huge tariff for no reason because some world leader called him a buffoon, right? Who the hell knows? So there are certain ways that we work with circuit boards and cut circuit boards in order to create temporary permanent circuits. The biggest and the usual way of doing this is you buy generic perforated prototyping board. This is the stuff that I really like. This is the stuff that I really like using. It cuts decently clean. It's cheap enough if you can find it. It's not coated or anything. There's just FR4 on one side, so you can put things that you might want to like have insulated from the rest of your circuit over here, like all the wiring can go under there. And then the square pads allow me to use surface mount parts really well. I have trouble finding this stuff. I don't know where to find this specific one. If you search on your generic stuff stores, your Amazons and your Alibabas, you're going to get 10,000 listings of this stuff, which is all of the holes are plated through. So whatever you do on the top side, it's going to affect the bottom side, and it's coated and it looks nice, but it's, you know, it's fine. It does its job. Now, typically the way that I will work with perforated prototyping board like this is if I only need a certain amount, I will crack the board along the row of holes because that's the weakest part of it. I mean, you can practically just do that by cracking it like this. I use my wire stripper actually because the wire stripper has just this longer reach of what it can actually cut. And it doesn't matter if I'm cutting with the little ridged part. That'll still actually perforate the board and allow me to influence it to cut at a certain point. So you would choose your point, one row of holes beyond what you want, and then this just comes down like a guillotine and cuts it from both sides. It leaves a rough edge and you have this to work with, right? And if you're not concerned with your project looking really, really good, that's it, you're fine. I, however, also have a metal file. It's over there, I'm not gonna get it right now, but I have a metal file that I use, and I'll drag this across the metal file until this row of holes is just flat. And of course, because there's less material there, you can also, with the wire cutters, if you're cutting them on this scale, you can just go next to the row of holes and kind of clean up that cut. And then you'd want to run like just a small microfile on it to even out the surface, right? So that's one method of getting your circuit board to be a particular size. But while I was working on these little LED things, I ran into a problem. I have what would probably be the perfect circuit board for making these little LED jumpers without having to add wires to it. So this is a perforated prototyping board, but it's got these traces already in it. And these are plated through, so whatever you do on the top affects the bottom. But these are good for surface mount stuff when you're busing power to a lot of different stuff, when you're really bussy and you need to get your power places. Although these are generally for through hole because they're aligned in such a way as to have a chip in the middle of this, and then you would do all your jumpering out here. And then of course on the ends they have the bus rows and stuff. So it used to be like oh man, every now and then you would run into somebody who built their design by putting a bunch of these completely uncut, unaltered, stacked up, and they would have their parts laid out on the thing, spread out, and all their connections are clean and big. It's cool stuff, but I don't know. We're not building like that anymore. We are kind of with this stuff. Anyway, I want my little LED jumpers, so I need to have a gap for a surface mount LED and then a gap for a resistor. So that means one hole on one side, two on the other. And then I would need some way to split these cleanly from one another without damaging the one next to it. So I could do every other row and just do a lot of cutting like that and then a lot of sanding in order to get this thing nice and smooth and clean, which is where the diamond grinding wheel on the Dremel comes in. This is the as thin as I could find reasonably, which means that it will cut exactly the width of FR4 that I have sitting there. So we could do it that way, and maybe I could file this one down so that it's right up against the copper here, and then we can try to build a jig, or maybe I'll just use the vise in order to linearize my movement. I need to move linearly with machine precision instead of bother precision, because I want both of them to come out of here clean. Actually, wait, I've got a linear rail for that. Maybe we should try that. The other way that I tried to do it is I actually tried to score it using a tile cutter. I got this tile cutter. This is the bother method of getting rid of traces. Jig on the CNC. I don't have a CNC, but I do have a manual router. So that's the other way that we could try doing it, is using this tool back here that I never use. I could maybe double-sided tape the circuit board down and try to get that nice and aligned. And then I can use the X and the Y to use like a V-score engraver maybe to make, the cuts that I could break off. But doing it with the Dremel just on the desk kind of sounds a little bit more appealing to me, especially if we can somehow linearize it. And I have part of a jig for this, for the Dremel. Maybe we'll take that out and see if we can do something with that. Because I've already got, it's like a thing that can, the Dremel extension is mounted to this thing. So maybe we can use that and create like just a little linearizing kind of thing. And that way we can slice multiple times. Yeah, maybe that's the way. But each slice is going to be like its own setup. That's a weird part about it. The milling machine would definitely be faster at this. Let's just see what this one is like. Let's just do a hand cut with the Dremel and see what that's like. Yeah, doing a jig on the CNC, how would that work? I mean, I could just use the backdrop of the vise, maybe tape down a sacrificial circuit board, and then tape this on top so that the cutting element could go down into the other. I don't know. That song is going to be in my head for a while, but I'm okay with it because it's a very good song. I can't believe that it was Super Mario Odyssey music too. It's been a minute, but I do remember the level that it's in. I should have totally guessed that. That should have been. Oh yeah, I also have this stuff, which is surface mount prototyping board. This is actually the right distance between, actually no, the distance for 5 spaces is from one of these to one of these. And if it would be only as thick as one row, then I would have to jump over this hole in order to get continuity. So I don't think that would work out too well either. Plus I'd have to sacrifice a lot of this board in order to get more of those things made. This stuff is pointless. Don't buy this. I bought a bunch of these thinking it was the answer. It's really not. I have had no use for these. So this bit's gonna go pretty fast. I mean, the fiberglass capitulates pretty quickly to it. Hopefully the audio isn't terrible for you guys. Dremeling is generally understood to be the best way to cut this stuff, but it sure does make a lot of smoke. So that was, I mean, that was a, it's regular modulated synthesized audio. What? Yeah, so there's some of the trappings of cutting it by hand. So we can cross out by hand as a established method. Seen the Opulo surface mount solution. Opulo. Let me look it up. Opulo surface mount solution. Copy. For anybody playing at home, this is the song that I had stuck in my head yesterday, or last stream. Yesterday is also accurate because I've had it stuck in my head for a month. This strip feeder, 8mm lumen PNP strip feeder. What am I looking at? Holds 3 strips, 2 strips. Is this? Oh, this is for something else. This one says Opulo. Oh, this thing. Yeah, they're pick and place. Pretty cool. You know, they could send me one, but I don't exactly manufacture anything. Maybe if we stumble upon a nice synthesizer kit. Oh, it looks like they're doing stuff with modular synthesizers too. Wait a minute, that's a modular synthesis. That's a module. I don't know what module, but that is. I could see the jacks on it are modular. Oh, now I feel like sneezing because of the dust. Yeah, we're gonna try a bunch of different ways. Don't worry, I've got plenty of ideas on how we could possibly cut this thing cleanly and yield me the part on both sides. So the bother method of messing with these sort of pre-traced and even troubleshooting your electronics, you're going to find in your design at some point you have a trace that shouldn't be there and you want it gone. The way that I get it gone is I use a tile cutter. Tile cutting for ink printing and pressing is a very sort of like cool method. I don't know where it originated. I want to say because my art teacher in grade school, my art teacher in grade school claimed that he had invented this method, and I don't think he had. I don't think he invented it. But anyway, you groove the tile with your design, and then you have a tile for each color that you're printing. So you press it down onto a piece of paper, use an ink roller to get the ink on there, press it down onto a piece of paper, you can put it through a press, and then you use another color, you ink roll that one, blah, 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 etc., until you get a full design. It's a great way to mass produce handcrafted art. So there's this series of tools, which are these sort of wide-handled tile cutters so that you can put some force into it and you can cut away the rubber of the tile, right? These are like rubber tiles. They're not like, what is it? Opulo dude making prototyping and board has built in vias, and then you use lazo. Use a lazo. This is barely English. Oh, is that prototyping board where you can define your own traces inside of it? I don't like that. I prefer this. I prefer this. But if you're making a temporary permanent design on a piece of circuit board and you need it's okay, and you need a trace to be gone, this is the way to do it. It makes this little V groove cut, right? And it's designed to make a little V groove cut in sort of rubbery material. There's a bunch of different bits in the back of this thing. Ta-da! Bunch of bits. We gotta be careful because these are like really sharp. Is that one rusting? Ugh. For making different types of grooves, I of course have the smallest size in this thing right now. So my thought was, if I want to make a clean cut, I could do... I'm probably going to end up cutting the surface by accident. I should have a sacrificial surface that I'm doing this on. Well, anyway. Do 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 bum 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 ba da ba ba. You can like it's a song. I hummed it correctly. I swear. So this will put the V. I just need to scooch just a little bit. Hopefully guided by my ruler. That'll put the V in the wrong place. I already messed it up. Yeah, I gotta move over more. You get one chance, you know? And it's not cutting. Angle of attack. Welcome to the stream where Bother has arterial spray on camera. Where's Groovy something? Okay, and it's absolutely imperative that you do not slip when you're doing this because these are blades. These will hurt you. There it goes. Oh no, son of a bitch. So I was thinking that I could score it because I don't. Those circuit boards are a mirror image on each side, right? They're a mirror image. So if I put a big V groove in one side, that's okay. And I also need them to be narrow enough that I can put them next to each other on the prototyping board. So I'm just okay. So people have said score it with a knife, which we'll try next. I've already looked up a bunch of novel methods in order to part PCBs from themselves, and I'm just trying them out on stream today. That's what we're doing. I'm allowed to do a stream like this as a variety electronics streamer. Why aren't you working on Burn the Subs, Bother? What the hell's wrong with you? I hate you. Why do I give you money? You owe me. Not a deep groove, but there's definitely no copper in between there. And I think this blade has become dulled. I think we're a little dull. The thing is, like, that edge is really where it's going to be important. It's great entertainment. I came here for the arterial spray. Hacksaw blade is too thick. We're going for a very thin part here. So this row, if I can get a score on it, get the ruler back in here. We're going to score both sides, and then I'm going to try to part it using the vise. I think the back and forth method is the way to go. Although dragging the blade backwards is probably bad for it. But it doesn't like bite at first, so. This stuff isn't exactly the rubbery surface that it's meant to be cutting. Yeah, we're a little bit to the left on that one, huh? I don't want this one to be as deep. This is the prototype for the top layer. Now I gotta go southpaw here. No, I think I could do it with my right hand without puncturing my body. Yeah, it's a K-pop project. Every now and then I get a K-pop fan when we're working on Burn the Subs. Every now and then. It's insidious, but it's ultimately ineffective, which is a pretty good microcosm for my entire streaming career. But it is funny every now and then. People come in and I get follows from Korean K-pop fans and stuff. I am absolutely taking advantage of that. Don't get me wrong. I'm trying to be a popular streamer. Not trying that hard. Okay. So we've scored both ends. We know for a fact that there is what is called a V-groove on either side of this. So then the next logical step in doing this, obviously you could get something round and put it under the circuit board and then push down on both sides, and that would supposedly shear it like a piece of glass. My problem is the things that I'm trying to shear are teeny, 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 tiny little things, right? Very thin piece of FR4, and I don't want it to part uncleanly. So what I'll do is I will clamp the seam in the vise. Now the vise has this little V-cut in it that is not exactly going to be helping us out. I could do it from the side, I guess. This will probably part pretty cleanly. It's just we don't have one singular row. But so what I can do is clamp it right at that line so that the material behind the line is now super duper strong. And then this, I bend downwards. You fucking suck. You piece of shit. Fucking thing sucks. Fuck. So this is why we do tests. This is why we do tests. We still didn't weaken it beyond what the row of holes was. I would need to cut much deeper. Ranked faster than isolating pliers? What does that mean? Yeah, so there you go. So that didn't work. I thought it was going to work, but I guess that much material is pretty strong. Fiberglass circuit boards can be very strong. This stuff we're able to just break with our hands because it's got this row of holes perpetuating the entire design. And, you know, that's not that, ow, it's not that strong. We also have a big moment arm with the size of the board, so. Now I know why it's illegal to cut between the holes. It ain't illegal. It's totally fine to do that. What I do, sometimes what I'll do is I'll use a knife as like a spoon drill, and I'll drill between the holes, because sometimes through-hole stuff doesn't have 0.1 inch spacing. You need something here. So I mean, with the smaller stuff, the tried and true method of using the wire cutter, because its shears are both facing inward. The flush cutter is not a good choice for cutting the circuit board, because the flush cutter doesn't give a shit what's on this side of the flush cutter. Flush cutter only cares about right here, right? That'll cut cleanly if you've got stuff sticking up off of your board, but if you cut it crossways like this, it's gonna push out the thing to the right, just because of the design of the blade. So this little guy right here, not the good choice because of the taper of the blade on the one side. Very good choice if you want a nice clean cut right there. The wire cutters, however, have a blade going inwards and another blade going inwards. So on things like parting the pins of pin headers, this is perfect for parting pin headers because it pushes both ends away at the same rate. It's back and to the left, back and to the left. Now, if I wanted to part this cleanly, I wonder if I could just use the shears to do one row at a time. The shears can tend to distort your thinner circuit boards. Yeah, see, it's doing a lot of damage along the way. That could be a way for me to get my 5-pin, one row thingamajigs. Is broken holes still good for adapters and things? You know, split holes can work. You know, you could make those work because there's obviously still the plated through hole there to solder to. So yeah, that could work. The ones that we bent, actually those are the ones we bent. Yeah, so that, I mean, if you get a relatively clean cut like across the holes in a consistent way, that could work. But like, can I get this row only and have row, I'm gonna try to get row L and preserve row M. with the wire cutters. It would look a little sloppy. It did try to separate right there. It would look a little sloppy. It seems like we're gonna have to move it linearly across with a grinding bit, which means a lot of dust. I don't like the dust. As you can already see, it's getting everywhere. With the inconsistency of that too, you don't know whether or not it's actually going to fit next to another one. Because if I have two of them that are cut and they're weird, the distance between the holes might not be 0.1 of an inch. So I don't think that's going to work out unless I sand this down afterwards, which will ruin my hands. What is and breaking in a vise? What do you mean? No. The shear cut would get it on the first time, but that's what I was thinking too, but that would be a huge waste of the specialty PCB. I guess that would be a good way to do it though, is if I sacrifice every other one as just a junk one to be ground away. That is a thought. That is a method. I wanted to get them both off cleanly, and if I have a blade width in between, that's actually perfect because that means that they'll fit next to each other on the PCB. So if we can somehow get away to do our gap distance like that, and maybe that's just an indexing surface on the front of the blade. I've got a couple little weirdo things that we might be able to use. Hold on, let me go get one. It's possible that we could modify this maker beam thing that I built a while back. Of course, every time I try to stash that thing away, it always ends up in the way. So I don't know where it ultimately has ended up lately. I think it's back here. It's not back here. That song is such a freaking banger. Oh, it's so catchy. Get out of my head, Charles. What did I do with that thing? I had a little linear rail section, and it was connected to a bunch of big maker beam in order to make this gantry that held a Dremel extension. So the bit goes in the Dremel extension, and we can move it back and forth and index it to cut. It was for a sheet of carbon fiber. And it got 99% of the way through the cut, and then it drifted. I was so mad. I was so mad. We were so close to perfection. Where would it have gone? It has been in the way for years. And so it's this big awkward thing, and I keep moving it around. I think it's in the other section of the shop. Let me go look for it. Let me go see if it's in an obvious spot. You were cleaning up not so long ago? I think it's in the other room. I think I moved it to the other room so I wouldn't have to deal with it. I'll be right back. Where's... Oh yeah, my BRB's broken. We'll just do it. We'll do it manually. What does that mean, play us out? Frameless overlay. BRB2. I have to go through like multiple things. Okay, let me go look in the other room. I'll be right back. Oh, it's right there. It's actually right over here. I know exactly where it is. Got a studio mode here. It's right there. It's right there. It's right. That's it. That's what it's right there. It's just been right there. This is something that I need to install in the streaming rack. One day soon, I'm gonna take more than a week off, and I don't know how long it's gonna be, because during that week, I need to take everything out of this rack, clean it, reorganize it, put it all back in so that I can close the glass cover front. And of course, convert this thing into WLED so I can have coordinated audio reactive visuals inside of this thing. But this is where the internet comes in, and it's where my Focusrite 2i2 doesn't do the microphones anymore. And now this mixer seems to be hanging out here. So that mixer is actually going to get a tray so I can slide it to and fro. But I need to like pare down a lot of this stuff. That's the file server screaming for the sweet release of death. And then the battery backup in the bottom. So these are non-negotiable. The front panel is one of the only ways that I can really get into the, wait, you have a corgi? You haven't seen my corgi? Dire Desire, you need to get on the Discord, man. There's a whole pet section there. 3/4 of my camera roll is just corgi pictures. It's all corgi pictures. They're all corgi pictures. All of them. I don't have salacious images on my camera roll. They're all me and the corgi. Bah, God. You really need to... The discorgi. She is discorgant. Her name's Willow, and we've had her for 3 years. She's a fluffy corgi. And if she doesn't sit in her dog bed, I am going to unleash, like Thor himself, a bout of electricity that no mortal has seen for ages. Anyway, yeah, I need to take all the stuff out of this rack because I need to move the rack back, Jack. And then I need to put some extra equipment in here. This is the water-cooled streaming computer, also screaming for the sweet release of death. This desperately needs to be cleaned out. I would like to put a panel to kind of close this thing off, but that's a whole nother design. Maybe we'll do that to keep my AutoCAD license at some point, because that's running out. "50-50 that she will not sit in her bed." No, she probably won't, but I mean, like, her bed is right here. That's one of many beds that she has. This is my super gamer desk featuring empty cans of soda. This is the Twitch partner blanket. It's like a very soft, kind of fleecy kind of blanket. And then I have a horse blanket that goes under the whole thing that I accidentally kicked away. And I have panels here so that she's not inundated with all the wires back here. And she's got her bed that is way too small for her, that she loves. I tried to get a bed that fits the corgi, because corgis are medium-sized dogs. They're not small dogs. But she, like, if people are looking at their car keys, she'll come downstairs and sit with me under the desk. She'll sit under the desk. I'm not sitting under the desk, but she'll come and sit under my feet. If I move my feet, my Corgo is greater than 40 pounds. Willow was 42 pounds the last time she went to the vet, which is down a little bit, which is good, because I've been trying to regulate her weight. A svelte dog is a happy dog, and she is unaware of the amount of Treatos that she gets during the day, and she was worrying me a little bit with her weight. If she stays around 42, I can bite my tongue and not be, because I've been the bad guy of the household for nigh on a year, trying to keep that dog within her weight, and I've been like a real enemy of the people, and it takes a toll. But it's working. The dog is a decent weight. She's a larger corgi too. She's not a small corgi. She's large for a corgi in terms of overall size. This thing is covered in the most insidious dust. Oh my God! Oh. I told you it was a song. I told you it was a song. You didn't listen to me. Y'all didn't listen to me. It turns out it's from Mario Odyssey. Anyway, if I take like a week off from streaming, I will be working on that rack and trying to sort of get it back in shape and functional again, because right now it's just kind of a pile of stuff. It's very neatly mounting everything, but I don't know about the stream computer too. I think maybe that's when I'll upgrade the stream computer. It's a couple $100 I don't want to spend. But maybe I can go to Micro Center and get a combo machine, because it'll be like $600, right? To get like an okay computer. Hello computer. To get like a Radiohead song. How bad is the machine? So when I open up a lot of windows when I'm streaming, I have OBS going at the same time. OBS is not an incredible sink on resources. It does use a few. The computer will begin to bog down in terms of the amount of RAM that it has. And if I were to go try to buy RAM, the price of PC electronics, you got your initial listing, then it becomes obsolete and the price goes way down. And then it becomes essential equipment and the price goes way, way, way up, right? Way up. I believe that the generation that I have right now, is it an i5? I don't know. Let's hold on about my computer. This PC system, that was not what I wanted. Oh, wow, I need to, we need to move some streams off of here. Hold on. My Focusrite 2i2 is almost full. Why? Really weird porn. No, that's not the right one. I'll be recording. Oh yeah, that's a big boy. Let's take 11.7 is today, so let's take 2. Cut these. This is before my system fills up, and we'll put that in stream storage, which is also filling up. Wait, only 900 gigs? Oh boy. Might have to get a 6 terabyte hard drive too. Oh, Micro Center is going to really luck out. Yeah, I don't know. 2i2 showed up as a storage unit for some reason. I don't know. You're not supposed to store anything on that. Yeah, so hold on. So the type of RAM we're talking. What is the one that I want? System? System information. Wait, that's system control panel. No. I don't want to control. This is the wrong one. Summary. Let's not share all of that. So the baseboard is EVGA. It is an i5 7600. And it's got 16 gigabytes of RAM. So it's not a very featureful system. And the graphics card is a 1080 FTW. It's all water cooled. WinX opens up a power user menu. I am no power user. Oh, these files are cursed. The 41825 is, for some reason I can't copy them. What kind of, oh boy, you just take and take and take, don't you? System info. What generation of DDR? 16 gigabytes of bleh. I don't know, man. Whatever the EVGA i5 7600K compatible 132-KS-E277 used. I don't know, man. Skip. Okay, that was cursed. Neither of those files like to transfer. Maybe some of these will. do 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 do. What I want to say, Jen, is DDR4. I again, yeah, I don't know. I'd have to actually like look at the RAM. Like, I don't think I can see it through the water, through the reservoir. Yeah, if I can get more RAM and put it in here for cheap enough, then I'd probably want to do that. WinX. That didn't do anything. I hit WinX. WinX. Yeah, that didn't do it. Win pause. I'm not going to touch that. I wanted to copyright your humming. Why can't you say that? That's a huh. All right, this thing is covered in terrible dust, but I think we can shorten this and turn it into something that'll help me cut the PCBs. Maybe with the diamond wheel instead too, because the diamond wheel seems to make short work of the PCBs. Only problem is the desk is kind of awkwardly populated right now. I need to get RAM for my system, but I keep buying drones. What? Is this thing has the thing in it? Yeah, it does. It has a little twisty thing. I don't know. That shouldn't be a sensitive word or word combo. Weird. All right, so the tile cutter didn't work. The diamond bit made a pretty good cut overall, albeit dusty. So it's going to create a lot of dust when I manufacture these things. And remember, what we're trying to build is a 1U LED holder that I can stack next to each other. I could just build one of these things and like these rows of LEDs that I built in the past. Oh God, heartburn. I had a hot dog and a hamburger bun for lunch. I could just put these things in to the breadboard setup, but I think these things on individual little slices of PCB would be much cooler, and I'd be able to sort of work them into the rest of the the breadboard setup without them taking up a whole lot of space themselves. So that's this. That's just a little row of LEDs that I put together. If I can cut these just right across there and still preserve the pads beneath them. So that's what we're trying to build. And so I'm exploring different ways to cut PCB out so that I can make it a clean cut. What I really should be doing is going to like a board house and seeing what their specifications are, because I could probably make like a thin PCB that would be cut already like that. It would look much cooler and it would have traces on it already. That's a quick build for, what do you call it? Fusion. But I don't want to mess with, because they have certain rules for having multiple pieces of a design together, and there are certain rules for what can be cut and preserved, and you have to follow all those rules all at once, and I just don't want to, I don't want to deal with that right now. I'd rather build out of stuff that I've already got, because I'm pretty much inundated with stuff in this shop. We've got like stuff on top of stuff on top of stuff, so let's try to keep our stuff together. Oh, this can't go in any further because of the because of this stuff. So what can I do on this setup? I need to somehow float out something that's going to hold on to the circuit board and cut it just at this thing. So let's move this up. And then I need to hold another one of these rails. I'll move the one from back here up here so that we've got two little rails that will pretty much frame our cut. And then I'll need to position something that I can put the circuit board up against. So maybe I can move this down the distance that it'll be between the different slats, and then I'll cut and move it this way. Cut, cut, cut. So first off, I'll just put this like here. Lock that down. It's like that thing at Home Depot where you go and get your wood chopped. Mostly because I can't fit it on the desk. Let's see. This I'll kind of want to keep there. This I guess I can move. And I'll reuse these brackets. I can't believe none of you got it. The song I hummed, you guys should have known. Don't use the table saw. You would think the table saw would kind of gnaw at it. And while I do have a bandsaw, I have a little bandsaw that I can use, the blade is too thick. Maybe the wood bandsaw would be better. I think it has a thinner blade. That might actually be a good thing to do, is use the bandsaw for wood that I still have in the other room. Although I think these are too small for its cutting head. I would have to like make a little adapter for it. We're just trying stuff out, you know? That's gonna be stuck in my head all day. All day. What the? What? What was that? Something just blew air. It like powered up and blew air. And then stopped. Somebody using something in the other room? There's someone sneaking up behind me? What the hell's going on here? I'm going crazy. Hold on, I gotta investigate this because something just powered up and blew air. I don't think it's the air blower over there. I know, it's... I got a motorized ghost in my... What could possibly have shot out air and made a little motor noise while doing it? Nothing over here is motorized. That thing is just sitting there. That's kind of creepy. It must have been a vacuum powering up on the other floor. Probably somebody vacuuming. Because that was weird. Yeah, the only thing that could make that kind of noise would be this. But this is fully powered down and it's just sitting. And it's louder than what I heard. I think somebody was vacuuming and they're throwing out the vacuum stuff, and that's at the top of the stairwell to the basement. Yeah, because it wasn't this. Unless this times out, maybe it powers up a little bit when it times out. Maybe that's what it was doing. Hold on, let's leave this alone like this and see if it makes a little whooshing noise when it powers out. Oops, my wrench. Of course, that's going to take another umpteen amount of time because the last time I powered it was a while ago, so. Hold on, where am I going to put this thing while we work on it? It's big and awkward and it takes up the whole desk. This is amateur hour. Small jig when she wanted to cut out metal shapes. It's got like a 0.5 millimeter thick blade and it's super nice for PCB as you can use it with curves. That's cool. So I was thinking about using an engraving bit to kind of put a deep score in the thing and drag that using the mill. And that way I could come across and do multiple of the straight edge cuts that would be indexed off of, you know, how straight I put the thing down on the vise. And that way I wouldn't be cutting all the way through the FR4. I'd still have to break it apart, but it would make a pretty like deep groove that I could utilize. I don't know. That's one thought. The Dremel cutoff blade is of course the classic way to be cutting FR4, and it grinds it away instead of cutting it away, so it makes a kind of a nice cut. Looks like this bit blue. Hold on, let me check out this thing. Oh no, I hear somebody using the vacuum now. Okay, so they just gunned the vacuum at the top of the stairs and it sounded like I had ghosts. That stupid Dyson vacuum. Oh, it copies the whole comment. What the hell? I hate that. When I say copy on social stream, it copies the whole comment instead of just because I can't click on URLs from social stream. So like a little reciprocating jigsaw. Yeah, how much are those things? How much would one cost this American? $130. Of course, I could get a handheld one, but why get a handheld one when you can get a power tool? Why is there only one? Why is there only one? Miniature torture device. Yeah, I guess that's a thought. The reciprocating jigsaw, it's probably only good for specifically this problem that I'm having. Mini metal drilling machine. Actually, wait, little machine shop. Jigsaw. Now, I guess they've only got machine shop stuff. Yeah, little machine shops, like really good for parts and stuff. Of course, $3,000 bench mill. Yeah, anyway, okay. I'm not going to buy my way out of this, although this would be good too. I only found one. Can't see any other uses. Yeah, it's not like I'm cutting out complicated shapes all the time. So if I can just jig this onto the Dremel, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I'm going to get rid of these big spans and then we're going to clean up the desk a little bit because I can't think with a dirty desk. My brain does not function properly without the desk being cleared off. I think I have all the parts that I would need to mount the other rail just right there. So let's just get this thing out of here. You guys can get off my lap. Move up a little bit. There you go. I gotta learn like the real progression of that song. I can't believe that evaded me for so long. It was in a Martin Encino Pants video, and apparently I must have gotten things got so dire that I was watching his Finnish vacation video. I'm watching somebody else's trip to Finland, where he buys a very similar to my summer car. And that had that track from Mario as backing, pre any copyright shenanigans. I guess it slides because it's game music, right? And that got lodged in my brain because I had played Mario Odyssey so much. Not a ton, but I'd played it enough to hear the music, which was brilliant in Mario Odyssey 1. And then that plagued me for a month. And I couldn't get it straight. Oh, do I have another one of these cables? Hold on one sec. I gotta resolve this. I gotta make sure I've got another one of these cables or Julian can't have a microphone tomorrow. I gotta clean up around here. Oh my God. Anxiety. Okay, no, there isn't one in there. And I need to make sure that this one is known to be broken. So I guess what I'm gonna do is just toss it somewhere out of the way, so I can remember that that one is the broken one. I think I have a brand new one in my spare drawer. I just got to make sure I have it, otherwise, yeah, here we go. It's even still in the wrapping. Cool. All right, so Julian has a mic. Bonk. I'll have to move the Focusrite over too. Hate to change the blade on the jigsaw. Need the microscope to see which way the teeth are facing. You just run your finger along it, and whichever side has blood on it is the side with the teeth. All right, so we're clearing off the desk because things are getting schmumpy. When things get schmumpy, we want to have a clean desk. Schmoopy. Let's see. These are wires. Wires go in the wire bin. Which is its own kind of schmumpy. Can't open this bin without wires going everywhere. Welcome to the bin of frustration. Da, 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 da. Okay. Closed, never to be opened again. That's a future me problem. Yeah, the jigsaw is probably a pretty good candidate for helping with cutting. Obviously, I don't want to spend a couple $100s for a couple cuts. Although in any sort of a work situation, I probably would, yes, want to absolutely do that. Yeah, just buy that, and then I can make a bunch of these things way faster, and I wouldn't be, you know, time is money, right? Back on that time is money gig, yeah? Not back on it, Joe. Still on it. You go no, out of the way. Everybody out of the way. Everything goes out of the way. Out of the way. Out of my way. There's a bottle cap just sitting here. Trash. Trash. Jeez, keep finding stuff. Stuff upon stuff. We're getting there. Do, 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 do. What I'm trying to set this up as is a thing that I can just push the board up against and then run the Dremel horizontally. And that will perform the cut at the right distance at all times, as long as it's consistently cutting and the stuff doesn't like come undone and walk around. We'll move the 7400 series project. I'll just put that like that. One of the buttons just fell off. Move you back to the left, back into the left. Do, 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 do. Dun, dun. I do want to keep my wonderful light show going over there. What's the point if you can't have the light show going in the corner? I wonder what a TwitchCon would be like, because I'd get into the Partners Lounge, right? And there's some big names of Twitch that wander through those lounges. I wonder if I could, like, horse collar Germa, like, corner him. But then he'd be like a cornered, like, wild animal, so I think he might lash out. But I think I could take whatever he would throw at me, because I've just got weight on him. And I could really, like, pin him down and be like, hey, know who I am. Maybe you wouldn't appreciate that, but I'd do it anyway. Really just kind of get in his face. Does he go there with handlers? Does he have, like, bodyguards? That one Twitch lady recently had bodyguards, and, like, apparently the bodyguards need to be, like, known by staff. All right, so that's what we want. We want to have another rail right there. Notice me, senpai. And he'll be like, I don't speak Japanese. Actually, I don't really know a ton about Germa. I don't know much. He's just one of the sillier Twitch royalty people who gets tens of thousands of people watching him. And all he does is play weird games. And do a pretty groundbreaking house thing, which was awesome. That was cool to see. I didn't watch much of it. but it looked like a really cool experimental thing, and I love cool experimental things. I am literally living in them. I want to get these brackets out of here so that we can mount one of them to the side, and then I can hold another rail here. And it's possible that we could put like a little press mount on that, or I could put an angle bar on this in order to become our backstop. So it goes up to the backstop, we perform the cut, and then it goes back up to the backstop, we perform the cut, and then it goes back up to the backstop, we perform the cut, but this time my fingers are in the way, and I start screaming. If we're going to be using the smaller blade, that might be a problem too, because this currently will cut through the board, but the blade is a little bit thicker and a little bit more inconsistent than the diamond blade, but the diamond blade is much smaller. Da, 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 da. Boy, oh boy, is that stuck in my head. All right, the thing, here we go, the nozzle. How am I going to get hardware into the rail? I think I can do it from this side. Oh no, but that's in the way. Yes. Or do I need to? I could just roll with it like this. I hate that the only solution to this is the Dremel, although I do think that the milling machine would do a very good job of it indeed. That's a little bit more advanced, and I want to kind of keep in the home gamer category. The thing is a hand. Oh yeah. There we go, that's a little better. Get the idea light, the good idea light. All right, these. I think the easiest way is for me to just remove this bracket and then move the hardware in from the side. This cutting jig was for cutting a sheet of carbon fiber, so we kind of held it on the edges there, and it made most of the cut, and then it didn't. And the part that it didn't is very annoying because the entire computer is made out of Maker Beam, and then it's got a carbon fiber base plate, so it looks really cool. Like the clear anodized aluminum next to carbon fiber is so cool looking, but that thing failed the cut, and so in one of the corners it's just a little bit hinky, and it drives me nuts. Yeah, if I could hold it after the cut. That would require me to like super glue it down, and I don't know how well super glue parts from FR4. I could also use a pretty robust double-sided tape I was thinking about, but I don't know if that'll quite lock it in place. So yeah, the mill, and also I could do most of a cut, not a full cut with the mill. I think I still need the bar out here, just so that I have something to hold on to. This is going to create so much dust. Ugh. All right, so let's give ourselves 2 fasteners for this. Oh, come on. I'm all thumbs with the Maker Beam today. I've never carbon fiber plate again inside. It wasn't so bad. I brushed up the dust. There wasn't that much airborne dust. I mean, it was probably pretty bad, but it's like the only time I'm cutting carbon fiber. I mean, my goal with a modular synthesizer is to eventually have carbon fiber panels. If I could get that linear printer to work, but those are all projects. You wonder why these machines cost so much, and it's because they're all a project. You know, if I can spend the money and just get a printer and then one of those linear printer modifying kits, I should probably do that, even though I'm pretty confident that I could actually build the linear printer, because all you're doing is taking over the sensors, and moving your own equipment at the same speed. So you just fool the printer into thinking that it's successfully loaded in a piece of paper. So there's a couple little ones and zeros that you got to pump into the printer's brain for it to understand that it's fed a piece of paper. And then as you're moving across the print head, you have to make sure that you're giving it the appropriate information for where it is so that the dot printer can properly deposit drops of ultraviolet ink that you would put into the ink tank. Or you can buy a kit, which costs linear printer bed kit. No. UV. Damn it. There's something under the cable for the mouse is under the keyboard. Really? Need help? Yes, but not in the way that you can provide. Just linear UV printer. What the heck is that thing? $4,100 later. Yikes. 3,000. That's not the right thing. That's the right thing, but it's $3,000. Holy carp. There were kits, and I think maybe they're on Alibaba. What? AliExpress. Oh my God. Get out of here. Don't allow. Linear UV printer. Printer. $2,000. Where's like the kit? $3,000? Yeah, I'm not pulling clients enough to buy a $3,000 printer just for my funsy projects. My funsy little personal projects. I don't think so. UV printer kit. Oh my God, I can't use my arrow keys. Kit. Yeah, here are the kits, $110. Now, what does this have? Oh my God. The amount of pop-ups are starting to get to me. This does not look like it's a bed conversion. It's just the ink tanks. What in the hell? UV printer conversion kit, varnish ink system, CISS white, ink stir with timer level alarm for Epson i3200. Okay, Epson i3200. Is that going to be like a $3,000 plotter? Oh, that's just the inkjet head. $1,000 inkjet part. Whoa! EUFY, Eufy make. Huh. Just somebody else. Ah, it sucks. Could have been fun. Yeah, I'm looking like what the cost of a complete kit is, because it would probably be a couple $100, right? Although I'm finding all kinds of weird parts. UV flatbed printer. I'm looking for something that has like the motors and stuff too. That's looking like it's got the print head. That cannot be $168. It's got all, it looks like it does have some of the mechanical stuff too. Yeah, like in the bed and some things. Hosen i3200 conversion kits, UV white for Epson i3200. Optical fiber network version for large format printer. What? TV texture printer. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, so I was thinking about whether or not I wanted to make like a hacked version of a linear printer and then use that to print on carbon fiber to have all the labels on all of the modular synthesizer stuff. And then if I put together the whatchamacallits, the thingy-majigs, you know, the doohickeys, that I wanted to, the modular synthesizer modules that I wanted to make, and sell them as kits, I could include the carbon fiber front panel with it, and it would be kind of a unique look. Only if I was moving enough units to justify the cost of that stuff could I even buy it in the first place. And I'm not willing to take out a loan for something I haven't even invented yet, you know? Could produce the Hajiwo-inspired Studio, the Zhao module, because you could replace this with the wireless variants instead of just the RP2040. If I got the pin out the same way, which I think I did, you could put the wireless one in there, and then you could get into your modular synthesizer wirelessly, and you have an input, 2 inputs, and an output to play with a little bit of controls on there digitally as well. That could be a thing. I could sell that, although the layout on that one is a little too kind. I would need to make it like tiny, tiny, tiny. All right, trying to cut stuff here. Gotta get back to work. You got time to lean, you got time to do lean. Most of the Zhaos are pin compatible. At the left. Oh, but the other side can be different. Okay. Well, that's the Zhao 2040, so I don't know what that one's compatible with pin-wise. All right, so there's that. We get the ones in the plugs in the end to hold this next to it, and we can close it off. And I can figure out holding down the PCB and some kind of like a backstop. Which could actually, we could do a pretty rudimentary setup here. Because I'll have the bolts, oh wait, let me get the bolts into this. I'll have the bolts here to hold it down. And we just press it up against the backstop, which will be another angle bracket. So that'll work pretty well. I think that'll work pretty well. The backstop, yeah, the backstop needs to not interfere with the blade. And I also need it to be a variable distance. So how am I going to do that? All right, well, we'll burn that bridge when we get to it. We got Julian in here tomorrow, and I think I'm going to be mostly repairing his stuff. Maybe I can pick his brain a little bit about my synthesizer and what it's capable of. Probably not, though, because he doesn't know what any of the stuff on my synthesizer does. I guess that's just between me and the synthesizer. All right, for right now, I'm just going to set it up like that. Bring this stuff in, tighten this. You know, if I really want to get crazy, this does have a platform for the dial indicator on it. So I can put the dial indicator right there and just make sure that my cut is as parallel as I can make it. I don't think that's really going to be necessary for this stuff, although when you try to cut things small, it's nice to be in good alignment. Should I line this thing up too? I don't really need it. Let's keep it out. Oh yeah, those need alignment. Those are all over the place. That's loose. Let's bring this in, and I mean, it really only needs this much distance, right? The 32S3, so those other ones that I have, yeah. So I could probably put an S3 in there, and then I don't know to what end, you know. I haven't thought this through. Bop, 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 bop. Okay, so these can come over here. Let's take a look at what the cut is going to be like. So if I'm making the cut specifically there, okay, so I guess that's parallel enough. I don't think, oh, I can lower it just a little bit, so I'm going to have to do that. So yeah, let's get this cutting blade out and put the diamond one in, because that'll make a thinner cut than this thing. Plus, I just have to get all the tooling off of this thing anyway. And this I can actually hang on the light stand. I'll go right here. Now, maybe I won't hang it on the light stand. It gets loud when it's on the table. Well, the technical terminology, especially when I don't understand it. Yeah, well, yeah, technically it's a thingy. All right, so that in there, push the button down, get this thing all tightened up. Now we have a different distance for the cutting blade, and I need to lower this and somehow make it parallel. This is a very simple setup that I've got here. That might not cut at that height. Shit. Okay. Maybe I'll have to have a sacrificial circuit board on it. Yeah, if I want to use this blade, I'll have to do my own thing, huh? Just, I don't know, space it. But how can I put a bar behind it at a certain distance? That's the weird part. Make it a unique cut every single time, or it's got to be like there. Let me think about this for a second. Well, we're in Maker Beam land, so everything can be customized. I put like, these are longer, they don't really fit. I've got two of these longer ones that don't technically fit. Fuxb is posting the Haystack Calhoun face. Is that Haystack or is that somebody else? I don't know. They've made their identity a very easy to replicate emoji on Twitch, emote rather, on Twitch. Maybe I just hold it by hand and move it, without having like a backstop at a specific spot. Because I don't really have stuff that's that adjustable on here. But I do need to like move this up if it's going to actually cut this thing. Or I get a little tiny piece of angle iron. I don't have a little tiny piece of angle iron. What am I smoking? Well, I guess I could put the blade in the little opening of this thing. What is that going to do for me? Nothing. Nothing, and then more nothing, and then nothing, and then additional nothing on top of that. Maybe some nut and honey. Yeah, I could make this into a stack of two, and then lift this thing up so that we're cutting in the trough. Maybe that's the way to do it. Maybe that's the way to do it. That's the way it is. Wah, wah. That's Liam Howlett remixing Thriller on that one Prodigy album, which is a very good song. Bob bob. So like this, and now I've got a 2-stack that I can put another rail on top of this rail and get us far enough up. Give you points for the creativity on the cutting jig. It's I guess it works. Maker beam is just pretty easy to make stuff like this with. Although I don't really have much adjustability, it's kind of a good enough situation. I don't need it to be perfect. Oh, damn it. There we go. Got it stuck in there. Yeah, Buddy Man was like, can't believe what he did with Thriller. I'm like, what are you talking about? Thriller. There's no Thriller on this album. And there was Thriller. Pretty incredible. The only thing that really makes this jig accurate is if I get the dial indicator and I put it onto the little carriage so that I can measure the flatness as it moves back and forth. No, what we're doing is we're actually taking another piece of maker beam and stacking it in order to make this thing cut higher. And we'll just use that. I mean, I could like put a piece of material on it and maybe bolt it down, but that's not really necessary. All I need to do is just flip the bracket and then attach another rail. Because I don't need 3 fasteners down here. All I need is for this to hold the cut as linearly as it can across where I know it's going to cut, and then I will be able to move it in that axis and not have to worry about how my hand is holding the Dremel extension. And the repeatability of the cut will hopefully be preserved. Ah! Things are flying all over the place. So this goes up now. Up. Just do 2 of those for now. Okay, and then this is completely crooked, but we'll get it back into shape in a minute. Completely crooked. My God. I don't have enough pieces of beam to do the other piece on the other side, so I think I'm just going to use the 2 sides of the extrusion to hold up the PCB. Which means I don't really have something to clamp it down, so I'll just have to hold it. Which will make the closer cuts a little hinky. Okay, so now I take these ends, loosen them up. I don't really want to be involved in the cut at all. I would like to not be involved, but I'm probably going to have to be involved. See how we did. Oh, that's scraping. It's scraping, it's scraping. Hold on. Not bad. Not bad, not bad. Okay, both of these have to move. This one has to fully get out of the way because we're only using the one. This is going to be real weird. Things are going to get weird. I would like to have that other one to rest on, but better just use it to square up the whole thing. You know, we're just trying stuff, but I think this will get me the closest of anything that we've sort of attempted. Oh, that whole thing just moved. Jeez. This is not parallel to the rail. It's pretty good. This might be twisted on its length. That could be a problem. Oh yeah, so this has got to move in a little bit. This is where we start chasing nines. Oh, this is loose. Wait a minute. Okay, now moving it down. That's probably too much. No, that's actually pretty good. Okay, so now we are in the middle. We are as parallel as I never made this thing. You know, I don't know. This thing could be bent either way just a little bit, but it looks all right. You guys don't have the best perspective on it, but looks pretty parallel. Obviously, looks can be deceiving, but we are not building a space shuttle here. We are just cutting little pieces of PCB for convenience. So that might be all I need. Now that I can trust that, it would be nice if I could make some kind of a backstop for this though, so that the PCB that I'm cutting hits up against something. That, I don't know how I can do. I could 3D print something that would bolt into the back here. I didn't include any bolts in the back. Shit. Ah. Because it certainly, is it the size of the, yeah, the amount of stop that I've got back here is wider than what I'm cutting out. So it's going to have to be, it would have to be something that was like that, just over the edge. And then I could bump up against it, make the cut, bump up against it, make the cut, bump up against it, etc. Put a corner cube on this, and then this comes in and it hits everything and everything explodes. Yeah, if I did a corner cube, I could put one of these on. Actually, I could put it like that, and then it would be a full full guide for me to put this circuit board in the corner. But then I'd have to make the cut into the bracket. Not that I'm too bent out of shape if I cut one of my precious L brackets a little bit. Let me get a corner cube, I guess. I believe it's the only way. Although it would have to be something other than a corner cube because it has to be in that specific spot. The maker beam hardware is too limited to allow me to do such things. Hold on, let me get some maker beam hardware here. Or perhaps some other hardware that might give me inspiration. I step away for lunch and come back to an amazing contraption. This is something that I built already. This is for cutting that carbon fiber plate for the computer project. So I already had this, but it is good for this kind of cut. So, you know, I didn't expect this to get this elaborate. It's not that elaborate though. In the grand scheme of machining things, it's not that elaborate. It's all right. No, that's not going to do anything. It was just a thought. I've had this weird bracket for so long. I don't even know what it does. It's just an aluminum bracket. I thought I could use it here. Let me see. Cool bracket, bro. Brule Story Co. It's like I need like 1 millimeter overhang on this in order to make something that'll hold this in the right spot. This is, I guess, where custom tooling comes into play. But I need just a little tiny bit of overhang, that's it. And I can't use the original because it's too thick. If I cut one of my beams away a little bit, that could also work, but I don't think that's really a good idea. I don't think that's a good idea. So I need like a mostly... nothing's really gonna do it. Nothing's really gonna do it. Various thumb screws, will those do it? No. I mean, yeah, I could just hand cut everyone. Hand cut myself as well. It's all of those. It's all these. The third maker bim. Beam bim bim. Bim bam bim bim boom. Ba-da-bee-ba-bee-ba-bo-bo. Okay. Yeah. Stand up. So the corner cubes would be the best way for me to get to having that surface there. Something I can mount. But I need something that overhangs the corner bracket by just a little bit. So let's get a corner bracket in there first. And for that, I need one of these like sunk in beam things. One of these guys. So, oh, wait, I need tweezers for this, man. I need tweezers for this. One of these. And then one of the little shorty countersunk bolts. That one might have too many threads. I think I need one of the ones with... No, I think that... Yeah, that might work. Okay, so those two together. And the power of math. And then this thing off. There's like a resistor stuck to it. Of course, taking this off and putting it back on means it might not be as parallel as it was. As parallel as it was. And then we're sinking this thing in. Hopefully this is one of the ones that fits. There was the batch that I got of them were just a little bit the wrong size. Okay, that's good. And so they didn't slide inside of the rail. the thing that really bugs me about MakerBeam is that they decided to use stainless steel hardware. And while stainless steel hardware is all well and good, they decided to use a type of fastener that didn't really stick to the tip of a hex key. You know, if they used one of those, maybe if I had like an aeronautical hex key, maybe it would work. But having it like grip the screw so that you can go in there and put it in without having to hold all your hardware together, I can get away with it a little bit, but I would like it to be a little bit more. All right, so far so good. This linear bearing is cheese. It's not good. But now what I can do is get this guy onto the corner. Now, maybe I have a corner bracket. Oh no, that's not going to work. I need the really, really super shorty, super tiny countersunk bit. These little chode screws. All these little guys. What's going on? Did I miss anything? We got a hype train. That was cool. And then the Veet Nukem sub to the Prince of Darkness and Wayne Johnson for 42 months. Yeah, I think I'm up to date. What up, Shorty? All these super little tiny guys. Oh yeah, so I've got the heartbeat and respiratory monitor that came in the mail. It's in a silly 3D printed kind of weird enclosure, and it has a Zhao C6 inside of it with its own paper antenna, with its own flexi PCB antenna. I don't know why it really needs that, but I guess it does. Because the C6s I got didn't come with antennae that I know of. These are the C6s that I got. Don't have use for the C6s yet, but they came in this little blistery pack. No antenna in there. Because I think they have their own chip antenna. I don't think they need an antenna. But I don't know how to use this thing. I don't know how to use this thing, but it would be kind of cool to get running with something that can display like a chart so that I can put it up on screen. The bother respiratory rate sensor. And you can have all the biostats that we can possibly collect up on screen with my blood glucose, and I can do like a blood pressure cuff that chat activates for like every now and then. It would have to have a minimum interval. There's one. That's what I need to use. I wasn't lying when I said it was a little chode screw. How do we get your DNA? Hey, you can see my DNA getting shredded by solar energy. Galvanic skin reaction to see how much I'm sweating. He's getting sweaty now. If I use a countersunk screw, this is going to be locked into place. And I don't want it locked into place where it is because that's too deep of a cut. I need it to be just a little bit off. So what we need to do is look through the brackets and see the ones that I've ruined, because there are probably other brackets that I have ruined in here. And we do that by putting them away. Welcome to my 52 pickup stream. Instead of playing cards, we're picking up brackets. And once we can't find one, I can drill out. Aha! That's not really going to help us, is it? That doesn't help me at all. The offset like this. I think something tells me that I wouldn't exactly be able to perform the cut like that. Unless I move it to the other side. How deep would the cut be then? I mean, that actually... I have to go down and back with it. I don't have the command. What do you think this is? Some kind of a professional streamer? We're inventing problems that we can then not solve and take credit for. We're trying to make a jig to cut one singular slot width for breadboarding. I need a bunch of PCBs that I can stack up next to each other that'll be this close together. And so to do that, and to not have to solder myself into like a corner, I'm going to cut up this stuff, which has space for 2 surface mount devices, even though this is meant for through hole, space for 2 surface mount devices, and pins on either end. And so if I can get a cutter to consistently give me just the right slash across this thing, then I can cut a bunch of them back to back and have brackets. And then tomorrow I'm going to be repairing Julian's synthesizer stuff. I don't know what these guys are doing with their synths, but they've got a bunch of new broken equipment. I mean, I'm happy for them to break stuff because we get to see more equipment here that way. I'm not exactly, I don't have people banging down the door to send me modules. I did have somebody who wanted to send me a module, but I don't think they're going to send it. I don't know. Maybe they did. We'll see. But and just do like a review of it. But like, we get to see so much more when I get Jules and Dave in here. So the thought of charging them money to repair their synthesizers is just absolutely out of the question. There's no way I would ever request for them to pay me to do it. But yeah, Julian's coming in. He's got a bunch of broken stuff. We're going to see what we can fix. It's probably mostly going to be things that have been plugged in backwards. In which case, we'll have a bunch of diodes that we got to replace. I think I want to use the corner bracket. I think we'll just cut a corner bracket a little bit. I'll file it. We'll file it down. If we can get all those biosensors, and I can find maybe I can find some like other biosensors. You have something similar on your desk. It's a Core XY. Yeah. Well, this is human operated because while it would be very funny if I put a stepper motor and a pulley on that, actually that would be hilarious. I really should set that up one day. So I just have like a little Core XY that's made out of a maker beam, and then I could hold this thing vertically and move it around with the joystick. That would be kind of, actually, that would be badass. Holy shit, I have to build that. Just a little tiny. Well, I was going to build like a full, like metal CNC with the beams. So it'd be somewhat similar to this, but it would actually be like a big actual piece of equipment. I was going to use that to cut out stuff for module synths. So what we'll do is we will just make one of these holes wide, and that way I can dial it in to the right spot. I'm not going to hold it in two places, so there's going to be a propensity for this thing to like twist. But if I did that, I would have to walk two of the holes down. I think if I just tighten the bolts enough, this will hold it well enough that we can get our cuts. And then it's going to cut into this too, but I don't really care. Actually, it's going to have to cut into this if I put it all the way into the corner. So this bracket's going to die. Sorry, bracket. But that's why in one of the drawers of my thing, I got microfiles. Microfiles are very nice to have when you're working on electronics stuff, because we're electronics nerds. We don't know how to drill holes properly. And so all the holes will be all in the wrong places. And so the best thing you got is to just kind of walk it down with a microfile. They pay for themselves, and then you got to buy new ones. Yeah, it's already almost a Core XY, right? Actually, right now, what it is it's that jig that they have in Home Depot to help you cut wood. The problem is this is stainless, and I don't think the file is going to make for stainless very nicely. Come on, chat, we're breaking out of here. I got this microfile. I just got to skip lunch every day and do this to the bars. This doesn't look like an OSHA gold mine at all. I don't think OSHA's going to be making any money off of this. I don't got employees. All right, why does my stomach feel weird? Maybe it's because I had a hot dog on a hamburger bun for lunch. That should be perfectly fine. There's nothing too controversial about that kind of lunch. Why would my stomach be like doing somersaults? So you're making an SMD to DIP adapters. You can get those on Ali, but it's less fun. The SMD to DIP is not quite what I'm making. Because AliExpress SMD DIP adapter. Get out of my way, pop-ups. I don't think they make a one width LED adapter that'll work with breadboard. Because I looked. This is why we're doing this today. I looked. I wasn't just idle on my Thursday. I actually did research this quite a bit, and I wasn't really able to find what I'm looking for. What I'm looking for is a thin PCB that's just a stretch, or it's just like an LED and a resistor that is a little less than 0.1 inch wide. Isn't that not a hot dog anymore? Would it be a bird dog? I think it was a taco, is technically what it was. It was a taco. Why did I miss that comment, the SMD to dip? But yeah, that is essentially what I'm making. It's not really easy to find. If you guys find one, share. Feel free to share, because I would love for there to be like a stack of these little tiny PCBs that I'm trying to make. It would be nice if I could just buy a stack of them and make this. I would drop what I'm doing right now and buy a stack of them, because like this is involved. I know we're like 90% of the way to making our first cuts, but like, yeah. That doesn't look... Did they do anything? It looks like I didn't do anything. What are these files? Shit. I know stainless work hardens, but that's ridiculous. Oh, that's cutting it more. I can feel that. It's getting windy out. Is there supposed to be storms? I hate filing like this on camera. I hate doing it. It's too involved. It's too much work. But sometimes got to do. I bought this finger sander that I thought I'd be able to use on this project, and I tried to plug it into one of my DeWalt batteries, and it immediately bent one of the pins. It was completely incompatible with it. It had 3 pins on there, but the DeWalt has a little like blocker on their pins, so I don't really know what type of battery it's expecting. What's up, Sid Heresy? It's been a minute. Wait, you got a bunch of like specific emotes. Are those Sid Heresy emotes? They are Sid Heresy emotes. Everybody go check out Sid Heresy. Check out that stream. I don't know what's going on over there. It's probably hedonistic, wild things. Just absolute mayhem. Finally made it to your stream. How's it going? I've got a conundrum. You can't find like a one... I don't know what you call it, one width, a 0.1 inch by 5 PCB, right? We solder audio stuff together in hopes of it working. I've been working on the drum machine, the 7400 series Logic. I promise I have. I don't know where it is. Oh, there it is. Yeah, the 7400 series Logic machine that most recently Moritz Klein did a video on it, and it was like a beautiful instructional, and I managed to cock up the entire thing. I managed to like mess it up to the point where even I got a 555 timer involved. Watch some of the VODs on the drum machine. They're a big failure where I get nothing fucking done. I'm so mad. I'm so mad at the 7400 series right now. Yeah, Moritz is if you guys in chat, if you guys don't know, Moritz Klein's YouTube channel is a brilliant source of music related project stuff. This is my old jig, and the reason we took the jig out for the Dremel is because I'm exploring ways of cutting PCBs, because I want, for the 7400 series Logic project, I want little one wide LED things that I can place into the circuit so they don't get in the way. With solderless breadboarding, you can put components down like LEDs and have them sticking way up into the air. And some people have these big bird's nests, but I didn't want that, because then when I put it away, it bends. So I've been trying to make little one unit 5 wide LED things, and I tried to do it using my female header method, but those ended up all melting together and becoming awful. So I'm going to try to cut out circuit boards for this so that I can assemble these things on their own little PCBs. And so I've got in the scrap Hot dog. Whew. Okay, in the scrap pile, I've got some of this pre-laid out PCB material. If I can get a cutting edge to be consistent enough to slice exactly down the border of the two rows, then I can have a bunch of little, perfect little circuit boards for my purposes. I don't think they're selling that. There are a bunch of dip adapters on AliExpress. The only problem is it would have to be a little bit smaller than 0.1 inch wide, and I don't know if the machines can cut that small. So if they can't cut that small and make just the perfect little adapter for me, then I've got to make it myself. And I might as well too, because I don't really want to pay tariff stuff. So that's where we are. So that leads to me sitting in front of a bunch of Maker Beam, filing an oval hole on a stainless steel bracket for 6 hours. Thanks for watching. God damn it. I hate it when stream devolves into this. Into just bother files a thing. What did you find? Somebody's always better at searching than I am. I think I have one of those Adafruit things. Yeah, I do. I actually have one of them. They don't stack next to each other, though. Here, I'll show you. I think it's up here. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Better search method. There it is. Okay. I have heard of Sid Heresy before. You've been in stream before, yeah. Do you have like a more popular than me YouTube channel? It's like almost what I need. But with the 7400 stuff, we're going to have a lot of these in parallel. And also I need it to be 5 long so that it can hit power or ground. Can you clamp it and use the Dremel to make it oval? Probably, yeah, actually probably do that. Actually, I don't even need to clamp it. I could just use the Dremel, like a Dremel. Unfortunately, those are too thick and too stout. If I could find all of my Dremel bits, where are they? Where's the Dremel bin? There it is. Okay, it's right here. Get in here, get the Dremel. Oh my God. It's a little dusty. Don't you have a milling machine? Don't you have a shut up? You got one of those? I don't know if I have the bit for this. Maybe this guy, a little cone. Ooh, that thing's nasty. No. Oh, that's nasty. Let's see. I think I used to have the bit for it, clogged it up with aluminum. This guy. Maybe not. Oh, that's a grinding bit though. That'll do. Visually showing me that helps. It needs to be smaller than 0.1, and I guess the what do you call it? The anyway. I don't want to use a milling bit because this is stainless. I'd rather use something that grinds, because stainless will work harden. So we're going to use this scary bit. You see, Finn, I have approximate knowledge of many things. Everybody's always surprised about me knowing a thing or two about a thing or two. I watch a lot of YouTube videos. I guess, I don't know, you could just kind of like, it's not much of a cut, and this stuff is cheap, so It'll probably heat up quite a bit. Let's just see if we can make our oval. Yeah, this will work. It's going to heat up in a minute. The last thing I want this thing to do is catch and then start spinning. How is that? Didn't do anything. I mean, it's looking a little bit more. Now, the thing you don't want to do is what I just did right there. Two things here. Don't hold the Dremel. I mean, they want you to hold it here, right? Because clearly there's a grip there. Don't hold it there, because that's the intake. You want to make sure that this thing gets air and that the air is able to come out of the Dremel. You also don't want to stall your Dremel, because that'll do damage to it over time. All of my friends who have Dremels keep buying Dremels. They keep breaking them, overdoing it. You just want to run this thing. You want it to run, right? The motor wants to run. Keep the motor running. You want to do light passes with pressure. Yeah, I can throw it in a vise, but this is fine. I'm just going to give it a minute to cool. It's funny, on the Adafruit thing, it almost looks like they could have made it just one socket. I guess they just wanted to make it wider. All right, that's actually doing work. Good. Is it doing enough work? We need to set this thing up. So I need that countersunk that I had a minute ago. Oh, where's the thermals? What the? Why did what? This should be on screen. Why? Where are thermals? Hold on one sec. Wait, I can't go to the. Oh, I can't go to properties for it. Hold on one sec. An Osh Park. Look who made it. Wait a minute. Shorty's doing all this Googling. Much LED so well. From, guess who? Fatanon. That's so good. That's great. Yeah, I've got one that I build myself. That I didn't want to have another one of those because they take up a lot of room on the breadboard. I wanted to drop the LEDs in, but that's so funny that that's awesome. Small world. So yeah, those two things, and then what did I do with it? Here it is. I have plenty of stuff like this where I run all the LEDs onto one board, and then I guess Fat made a PCB about it. But my plan is to have just the one thin row and have the LED and the resistor on this. And then those will be my little adapters. But I need to set up to manufacture them because I want to do this once. I don't want to do this for every time I actually need a thing. That we barely, all of that time with the rotary tool, all it's doing is just heating it up. I mean, maybe that's enough distance for us. We got to check it out. You can come in there with a file now. Oh yeah, now I can actually file it with more of this thing. All right, give me a minute here. Because yeah, if they're individual, that means I can drop them on the specific pins of the IC and it'll display whether or not the thing is doing stuff. And I can put it away. I can put it away and it won't blow up. And I'll be able to use them on other projects too. But it's just the coolest part about 7400 series logic is all the stuff that's happening in the brain of the computer is all on the pins of the ICs. Tin snips are how I chop PCBs, not very accurate, but zero dust. Yeah, tin snips are one of the methods that I wanted to go over because I also I have tin snips and they're flat tin snips. They're not the ones that have that slight curve to them. and the flat tin snips are able to cut them, but when you're cutting it this thin, it will bend down the board because the cut edge travels. They do make PCB guillotines. You can look those up, but those are industrial pieces of equipment that I don't have access to. So we're jigging it up. We always end up dancing a jig on this channel. To no avail. Nothing ever works properly. But I'm thinking if I can give it a little back edge, and we can clean up that PCB before we actually start cutting it, and we'll get a back edge on it, and then I can just back into the back edge. This doesn't look like I did anything to it. What the hell? I don't think I've had this much trouble stretching the brackets before. What in the heck? Cosmo Quest X rating with a party of 11. Oh boy, things have gone a little weird. We've been exploring different ways to cut PCBs, and so PCBs being a prototype, whatever, fiberglass substrates that have copper deposited on them in order to build electronics temporarily. And so we've been looking around at different ways for me to put LEDs on the solderless breadboard where they won't get completely brutalized every time I try to move the solderless breadboard. And my solution, whenever something is a little bit too fragile to be through hole and stick up out of something, is to make something surface mount. So I tried to make these, which are female headers that have components soldered to them, but the problem is the female headers are plastic and metal, and when you fill the metal up with solder with a soldering iron, the plastic melts. And so most of these are fused together. These would have worked okay, and I went through the trouble of building them, and those orange LEDs are impossible to solder, but it didn't really work out. So I was looking around at what prototyping PCBs I have, and I found this stuff, which is really meant for through-hole electronics, but those gaps are perfect for me to put an LED and a resistor. The resistor keeps the LED from allowing too much current through itself, and it keeps it from burning up, because then the slight resistance of the components inside the LED will have infinite current running through them, and whatever power supply will put whatever it can through, and that'll be too much for those little components, and their internal resistance will cause a whole lot of heat, and then the LED explodes. And they used to explode with a loud pop and smoke, but I discovered when I started streaming, we had an LED stream where I totally overdid it. My brother and I used to find LEDs and we put them across a 9-volt battery, and the LED would go, ah, and then it was awesome. They don't do that anymore. They changed the formula of the epoxy so that it doesn't release gas and overpressure and blow up like a bomb. And I will never forgive them for this. But anyway, I'm trying to make these LED PCBs so that I can put them into the circuit and you can see stuff happening. They'll blink and stuff. What's up, my ages? So yeah, what we're trying to do is make a jig so that I can cut these really close to one another so that I can preserve as many as possible through this process. I could cut every other row of holes and then file down the edges and stuff, but I wanted to try to make a jig because it's something physical and I don't have to sit here and program and all that stuff. Julian's going to be here tomorrow. My buddy Julian is coming over. He has a bunch of stuff that he needs to fix, probably because he's terrible at operating his equipment, or his equipment just gets, a little bit more abused than your typical. So I'm going to be, I don't know what precisely I'm going to be repairing, but I've been trying to make this jig real quick to cut these things out. And then I've got to clean it all up afterwards too. All right, so now I actually need one of those larger countersunk. All right, you know what? Yeah, possibly good sounds. I think he's going to bring his stuff with him, and I'll move the Focusrite 2i2 over so he can use that to broadcast into, and then we can do our stuff separately. And then he, as usual, he has to go early. Mostly to tend to his dogs. Mostly for his dags. There it is. I can't believe that Dremel didn't do anything. Son of a... So in the interest of keeping it parallel, I don't know, this may not work. I may have to do 2 fasteners on this thing. Oh yeah, you guys know Cosmo Quest X does space stuff. over on Twitch. Y'all should check it out. It's a good time. It is a good time. This is, I don't think I cut this at all. I think I'm going to have to explore other ways of opening this thing up. BTS is coming along. I need to do some stuff with the Raspberry Pi 5 to run the visuals of the front panel, which I know aren't exactly related to Burn the Subs, but they are important for it. And then we can finish off hardware with wiring, which is a whole thing in and of itself. I don't think that's moved in. Yeah, that is not really moved in. See if I can't get this thing positioned under the microscope. So I want to move that in just a little bit because I'm going to be holding on to this. Right now, it might actually cut it at the right spot. So hold on, I'm going to move the Dremel to check. Nope. Nope, that is the wrong spot. Even when it... Well, that'll cut them out in twos. That doesn't help me at all. How can I move that over? Over. Stupid accent. No, I haven't really made any progress. You know, we need to step 2 for that. Okay, so that ball-ended joint did nothing. And yeah, I was trying to troubleshoot my thermals. They appear to be on, but for some reason the computer doesn't see them. So unplugging, plugging back in, then going to studio mode, then going to frameless, no, frame thermals, and then deactivate, activate, bam. Okay, there we go, cool. All right, so we do have thermals going now, so I can find a different Dremel bit, but my Dremel bin is looking pretty atrocious in terms of the availability of stuff. Maybe I just use the wheel and I just cut into the bracket and make a slot. That's not going to be very good. No, that's going to take a whole bunch of... That's way too much effort. There's got to be a way I can do this. What's up, Leg Shot? I don't think it'll be by Dremel bit. Well, conventional Dremel bit. If I had one of those really thin stone ones, but I think I've blown them all up. I think they've all been destroyed via Dremel use, which is one of the things I don't like about the Dremel. Cone. Cone of shame. Maybe cone of shame. I don't know. Ooh, how about cone of pain? No, but that's got blades. I don't really want blades. I want grinding. Grinding action is where it's at. Because this thing will... anything with blades is going to work harden. Let's see if the little tiny cone will do it. I don't know if it will. Probably want to just throw this in the vise, huh? Kind of want to work outwards instead of inwards. Maybe sideways instead of down. Direction am I going? I'm going up. Is it doing anything? Doesn't look like it. Oh, that's just spinning the bit in this thing. My collet is not tight enough. I don't think this is the right... This would be more if I was trying to V-groove the PCBs. This is a steel bracket. It looks no different. What the hell? Yeah, it's not doing anything. I'm just dulling. It should be diamond. Shouldn't the diamonds be doing something? What the hell? I can't. Maker beam brackets are indestructible. I'm going to publish a paper about them. That's still hot. This is time that I could have spent cutting. Do I have any other type of bracket? No. No, I don't think I do. Just thinking about like scraps that I have sitting around. I don't think I have anything that has like just the right slot in it for me to use. So stretching a bracket should have been the way to go. Actually, I did stretch it a little bit. Hold on, let's take a look at what that's like. I'm starting to see the ovalness. What? It doesn't look like I moved it at all. Of course. Let's see. Like that's not even hanging over the edge. I don't think that's going to do it. Because like I could move that all the way back. So it's almost cutting the metal. And then it would cut, looks like 1.5. I need that to move much more. Oh, wait a minute. There we go. So when I tighten it down, it moves back. Hold on, let's see if we can get it as far forward as possible. Ah! Perhaps. I need to file this edge down so that it's like perfect. So we can see if it's gonna cut right. Not quite. See, like if my cutting edge was all the way in. Well, hold on, let me just flatten this real quick. Oh yeah, so this bit is terrible. I wanted to see if this would cut the PCB, and it like barely did anything. It didn't really work. So there's that. So if I were to power this thing up, well, I could just do it with the dust wheel that I've got right here. Do it with the dust wheel. Let's flatten the surface down so that we have an initial cut so we can see if we're even slightly on. God, I can already smell it. This is just way too much dust. I want to take it all the way to the copper. At the other side. Other side looks pretty good. There, so that's as good as I can get it. So that is now at length. Well, a little bit less even, because we've got to get the whole, what is that? Is it solder? Oh, weird. Okay, well then I've got to come through and cut this part too. But I want that to be a little less there, because remember the width of the cutting head is not going to leave anything. Yeah, so okay, a little bit more. Yeah, that's probably about where we want to be. Of course, the other cuts on our PCB are not square, but that's about right. And so we need this. Yeah, this needs to go in way more than it is right now. I need a 0.05 0.05. I need to come in because we're between them now, which is close, but it's not quite where we need to be. Which means I need this thing to move out more. So where's the tool? There it is. Okay. I hate that I have to undo this every single time. What's up, Gonad? We're using that jig, the carbon fiber cutting jig, and I'm trying to make it so that I can cut the individual rows of one of these perf boards, so I can use it as a drop-in LED on the solderless breadboard. So I need to stretch a stainless steel hole. It doesn't want to be stretched. It don't want to be stretched. I guess maybe I could come in here and cut it. That's probably the best bet. It's going to weaken the whole bracket, but who cares? This bracket is not capitulating to any of our other cutting methods. Everything I've tried on this thing has just not worked. And I don't really want to use an end mill because it'll just ruin an end mill. It'll just cold, it'll heat treat the metal and cause it to harden. So it's not a great idea. Stainless is very insidious to work on. It really doesn't like to be manipulated. What about a big file? I don't think that'll really do it. CNC end mills to go in the Dremel, but I don't want them to work hard in this thing. I mean, I guess I do. That was suggested earlier. What was I looking for? I was looking for a big file. Big file. Maybe a big boy file will do it. I think I only have one fancy coated one that would fit. Oh, that doesn't even fit my hole. All right, never mind. Actually, it does, and now it's stuck. Stainless, you need high RPM and cutting oil to get small cuts. I mean, I'm just trying to harass it to death. I'm just trying to come in here with the meanest tool that I have and blow it up, and then it'll capitulate, because it's not that much material. It's very small, which is why I was hand filing it earlier. I don't think the side cutter will touch it. Oh, is there a thunderstorm rolling through? It might be. Well, I'm gonna check my weather forecast. What I should do is get one of those lightning distance sensors. There's a sensor that uses RF to determine how far away a lightning bolt is. It'll give you a distance. It won't give you any more information than that unless you put a bunch of them out there. Oh, I do need a chip shock emote. That would be a good one. Merry Sky. Merry Sky has been weird for me lately. I don't know if their sources are still holding up or what. 11 p.m. Oh, the storm's not here till tonight. Okay. I got nothing to worry about. Must have been some other kaiju bopping around, making everything shake. This sucks. I don't have any good Dremel bits. I think we're just going to cut it. We're just going to cut it. It's going in the vise, and I'm just going to chop it. I'm going to chop it. Is that a good angle for you guys? The final moments of Oh Bother having 10 fingers. Here's another scar for the vise. I feel like one of those metalworking channels. I present to you U-bracket. U-bracket. You bracket, you buy it. Let that cool down a little bit. So that took a sum total of about 4 seconds. So I probably should have done that from the very beginning. Note to self, Dremel. I don't like the Dremel, but certainly is useful in some scenes. Get this so it won't cut me. Ah! Harder to track these edges like this. Alright, so cool. Now we got a U-bracket. Ow, 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 ow. We gotta let our U-bracket cool down. Why is the right side so significantly hotter than the left? What happened? What did I do? Why is... Huh. Fascinating. Ow. Is it... Stainless doesn't really conduct heat all that well. No, it's just like warm. Most of the heat goes into the vise. So I got one vise scar from that because the Dremel is unpredictable. Sometimes it'll catch and run away from you. All right, I present U-bracket and more stainless dust on my desk. Get this, get this. Well, now I don't have to undo this all the way to get that bracket on and off. Ha! I'm solving problems out here. That's what I'm doing. For the fuggliest linear setup in any metal shop. Laugh a little when I say metal shop because it's the furthest from the truth. Should I put a washer on it? Yes. Am I going to put a washer on it? No. No, I think I won't. Oh, so I found that song, as those of you that are joining us late, because we do get a late crew here, the song that I wanted to find, the da-da-da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da-da, we found it. It was Copper who helped me find it, and Short Lurker tried as well at the same time. But I found the video that I was watching, which was just like a depression video for me of somebody else's vacations, Martin Cinepantz's vacation. And where did that go? Did I close it? I don't think I closed it, actually. I think it's still up. But it was... oh, you know what? I did close it and closed it a while ago. Hold on, I got it over here. In spite of actually having played the game... Oh, people are posting about the thing I was looking for. Hold on. In spite of having played the game through, I forgot that this was a song in Mario Odyssey. And I was thinking, like, this is like upbeat 1960s meets like a little bit of a drum and bassy kind of background beat, and it's sort of got this sort of like cheeriness to it. And I was thinking like Japanese. That's definitely Japanese. And I looked around and I listened to like Space Channel 5 and a couple other Japanese games that I thought of from the Dreamcast era. And they all had the upbeat kind of 60s feel to them. None of them were exactly what I was looking for. So it was until I found the video again and I found that it was actually just a Mario Odyssey tune. But that's what I... Everybody's gonna think I'm crazy on the VODs and on YouTube because you guys can't hear this. But you'll know what to pull up. It's the Steam Gardens. Really good track. Really, really good track. I really like it a lot. All right, I'm gonna stop that now before my whole stream gets fucking giant torpedo from Twitch gets to my stream and blows it up live on the air. And then I get served a toss violation for having died on stream. It's such a good song, Jacose. Oh my god. I love it. But it turns out it was Mario Odyssey. Who knew? I should have, because I played that game. I played it good. How's it going, Jacose? How you been? How's it hanging? How's your mother? Actually, I probably should just use one of those, the ones that has the wide pad. Actually, let's find one of those instead of putting a washer on there. Oh no, my hardware. Where is it gone? We're just gonna find another one of those. That will eventually turn up. Those stainless screws do turn up eventually, but I remember the drop. We're at 1047. That's almost a significant type of number. I wonder when the bot's numbers overflow. Oh, I forgot that I have a nut shortage in here. Wait, I ordered nuts. I bought nuts. No, maybe I ordered... Did I order nuts? I think I had a big bag of nuts somewhere that I haven't emptied into here. Because, yeah, we had a nut shortage. We didn't get enough nut. I got portable nut. PSP. It's like a portable nut. Man, that song is such a banger. Here we go. This is what I'm looking for. These have sort of an integrated washer with a little grippy surface on it. Which nuts? The 2.5 M2.5s. Stainless M2.5s for Maker-Beam. Maker-Beam is M2.5. 2.5. Good vibes. Okay, bring that in. I mean, the problem with this is that you have to get like a hex under the corner cube in order to put it anywhere, but those come with a free CD. Sorry, we've been streaming for a little while, so my brain is just nonsense at this point. All of my references and stuff are just nonsense. Da 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 dun dun da dun da. Do 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 do. It really feels like it's about to start raining here in Pennsylvania. Oh, that hits. Okay, so we can't go completely into this cut because the fastener hits. And I could use a shorter fastener. I could do that. I think this is actually inherently shorter. Yeah, we need to use the shorter fastener. So no washer. No washer wins out. Which is sad because it won't have as much pressure on the bracket, which means it'll walk. So I'll just have to be careful about that. It's on its way. It's been raining all day here in Ohio. Snow's coming soon. What? Maybe the Appalachians, but not here. Do 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 do. Yeah, we're not. I don't know if we're staring down snow yet. We did have a freeze, so my peppers are gone. Everybody hates snow so much. I love snow. I really do. But I mean, you guys see it. I work from home, so. I need a normal-sized countersunk M2.5, and it's going to be stainless. I guess I could also find a it doesn't really matter that much if it's countersunk, but I guess I'm just going to be consistent with what Maker-Beam has. We had a week of temps around 0°C, no snow. Oof. You guys are like months ahead of us. It's been seasonal here, which is nice for once. It's nice not to you know, worry about the planet when you go outside and it's 95 degrees in the middle of October. There we go. That's the size I need. You guys are all in Celsius. I gotta get more used to Celsius. I'm as American as they get. It's all Fahrenheit in my brain. Not calibrated for... (9C) in November, 9:30 p.m. Norway, we're not used to this. Yeah. Yep. No, it's been like perfectly seasonal. You know, you can put on a sweatshirt outside, which is mandatory for fall. So I can put a lot of torque on this, but it might not fully stick in place. It looks like that's pretty good, actually. I moved it just a little tiny bit twice there, but this gets it under the cutting head so that I can go all the way down to the bracket, which I'll need to. All right, tools out of the way. Tools leave. Isn't everyone way down south? I thought there was very little population up north there. Further in a little bit. Da 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 da. Do 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 do. I told you guys that was a song. Nobody knew. Nobody spoke up. Just a little bit in, and I have no idea if it's going to cut straight. We'll have to figure it out. Whew, okay. When you do stuff this small, you need more precision instead of whatever the hell I have. So I think this will work. I mean, I guess we can give it a shot. It's going to be loud. Everything's going to be loud in here. Always is when we do stuff like this. Ah, I'm out of insulin. Hold on. First off, let's stop the beeping. Stop the beeping. Stop the beeping. This is what I have to do in the middle of the night if it does this. Okay, the beeping has stopped. You guys, I think, were spared the beep. It's a very loud, constant beep. Okay. Put on a BRB. I don't need a BRB, but I just need like a doing insulin stuff overlay. Hold on. 1 minute. Oh, there's nothing in that one. Huh. Where's my guy? Oh, it must not have worked. Let's see, where is diabetes? What is that one doing in there? All right, give me a sec here. Let's get rid of that. That BG is way too big. Hold on. You guys won't be able to hear them in a second because I got to mute to take my shirt off. Random should not be broken. I don't know if there's no chance that it would choose a bad one. Well, I'll have to pop into Node-RED and check that. Sorry, you guys don't get audio. Just give me a second. That van is from the Philly Auto Show in 2019. Yeah, it's a normal trade van with no interior because it's, you know, they're selling the vans, not what they can do to the vans. All right, so I need to get a pump. Oh, that box is empty. Great, great, great. Okay, hold on. We got to go to the back here so I can get another box full of pumps. Box full of pumps. Ooh, it looks like I'm running out, but I'm actually not. I've got a whole new box of them sitting over there. Who the hell knows if I'm going to be able to get another box with all the shit that's gone down. Let's get my personal information sticker off of this thing. All right, there's pumps. I'll kill one of the overlays because it's a little bit much. We're doing a pump change. Humira, yeah. I don't know what's going to happen to the Philly public health plan. I really hope with the Pennsylvania. I hope Pennsylvania is going to be able to scrap by because the states are starting to sort of ramp up stuff to scrap by. I hope they can because I've been doing well for what I've been capable of doing. What just buzzed at me? Something buzzed at me. Where's the... Okay, get the van out of here. There we go. All right. But, like, the pod system has been amazing for me. Look at that. That's the pod system. Absolutely insane. I have never had such good control. My A1C is going to be, incredible. I used to very small cars, so when I see that much space in a vehicle, I'm very impressed. I'm like the only American that likes small cars. Yeah, my favorite genre of picture on the internet is American vehicle in a European city, because they're like twice the size of everything. It's like, why? Why do we have such big cars? I mean, we're a big ass country, but still. My brother has one of those giant trucks, and it's insane. I mean, yeah, he's got a family of 3 and a dog, but I don't know. Oh, I can't change it. I was going to change the text again, but I can't. I have to go into studio mode to do that. Never mind. I was going to make it sound more dire. Oh my God, is that a syringe on stream? Oh my God. Oh my. All right, this pump is deactivated, so I'm going to rip it off. You've served me well, microcontroller, batteries, and memory wire. You've done your job. And as a congratulations, I have to throw this thing out. Send in a Twitch sniper. So this is going to beep at me. Beep, beep. Actually, my glucose level's 203. It's usually not that. I told it I had 15 grams of carbs. I guess it must have been 30. One of our neighbors is going through some stuff, and so we've been helping them out. So there's going to be a lot of door alerts, and there may in the future be streams that I have to kind of like postpone. We'll see where it goes. She's been going through quite a bit. Unfortunately, her very old corgi had to be put down yesterday, and then so we had her over for dinner. And she was a sweet, very sweet corgi. She has another corgi. It's the corgi that I put in the pet picture section. I'm playing with Willow today. He seems okay. Seems to be taking it pretty well. But yeah, sad. All right, so this is clicking, so I know it's going to get through the entire calibration. I'm not supposed to do this early. You're supposed to wait for it to say okay. But, and then choose a spot on the arm. I have a big red, like, dash up here. So I'm not going to put it up here. I think I'm going to go side of the bicep. This would be a pretty uncomfortable one, but I think that's what I'm going to do. I already have, like, an insulin pump bruise there. So this one is just going to go right there on the side of my arm. And I make sure that the label goes down clean. The sticky label goes down clean. Otherwise, this is a situation. Colleague sister to lift at F250 looks ridiculous. They should know that, yeah, it looks ridiculous. And they look ridiculous here too. So this is going to click a couple times, and then they're right there. It just injected a cannula. So that means the needle advances with a sterile plastic sheath around it. Needle goes under the skin and takes that sheath with it. And then the needle retracts and leaves the plastic tube behind. And so now that is what's going to deliver insulin into my interstitial fluid that will eventually get absorbed into my bloodstream at a more charitable rate. The rate of absorption would be super high if you went directly into a vein. So they do interstitial. It's a subcutaneous injection of insulin. And so that therapy lasts for 3 days. And after 3 days, as you can see, these dark red wounds, the body is going to attack it. And so 3 days is the statistical limit on the amount of time to have something sitting under your skin like that. All right, so I'm going to put my shirt back on. Yeah, so what I do is I have a program called the Android Auto Pancreas System, AAPS. And what that does is that gets the blood sugar levels from the constant glucose monitor and is able to control the pump. And so what it's able to do is to give the pump these micro boluses. So I'll get these boluses that are like 0.5 of a unit, and that better controls my blood glucose level throughout the day. And so it can be fully automated if I had the insulin sensitivity that I should, if I were a thinner person and I actually had insulin. Yeah, Android Auto Pancreas System, AAPS. It's why we are terrified of the Google 2026 initiative to not have side-loadable apps, because that is our side-loadable app. We make the app ourselves, and that way we're not in violation of any FDA things. We make the app, we load it onto our phones and run it from there. And it is able to be more aggressive and also quieter than the actual FDA-approved apps. Am I getting the button? I'm off by one button, of course. Am I off? Yeah, I'm off. There we go. So you can drive now from your bloodstream. What? Android Audio. Oh. I can play music from my blood. Okay, now I get the buttons right. I'm sure it's just going to be a little weird for a minute. Hold on. There we go. Riding up. So yeah, that's the process of changing an insulin pump. And that sometimes happens to me at like 2 o'clock in the morning. Oh, live skeleton is in the way of chat. Oh no. Chat should be further up. Wording so far with no side loading thing is people can still use Android debug bridge, ADB, to load it. I've read that today too as well. I hope that's the case. It's kind of scary for the diabetics who use that system. It seems as though like they're like, no, you can't have this thing that's largely beneficial. And I don't think Google needs to, the academia needs to come down hard on Google for this, because they are also there to sideload apps, as well as, the government work that I did. We were sideloading our apps. Where am I going? I'm going to frameless overlay, and we're turning this stuff off. There we go. I'm sure there will be a big tutorial that I have to follow for it, I guess. All right, so let's make some cuts, I guess. I'll get the music out of here. Pause it. So yeah, the Android system, now that I'm on some of these weight-reducing drugs, has been doing really, really well for me. I've cut out snacking, and I've had a healthier attitude towards portions. And what that's done is it has allowed me to begin the process of losing weight slowly, which I've been keeping the diabetes channel up to date on. I had a piece of cake yesterday. Oh my God. But what it's done is it's allowed me to have a better attitude towards food. And that has allowed me to kick off weight loss. And that kickoff of weight loss has also come with, understandably, a sensitivity to insulin, which I need. And that sensitivity to insulin, because I'm on the Pennsylvania Public Health Program, I can only use Humalog. Humalog it's as old as I am. It's as old as I am. Maybe a little younger, because it is technically a fast-acting insulin. It is the insulin they're talking about when they say that the cost of insulin has not changed and the formula has not changed in 20 years. The cost has changed, but the formula hasn't changed in 20 years. It's because the formula for Humalog has always been the same. And it's what I use. There are faster-acting insulins. Okay, that didn't... There are faster-acting insulins, but they're expensive. And I do know some people. Oh, I need the nut. We got portable nut. What's going on out there with dogs barking at everything? I don't know if they're going through stuff or moving stuff or what. Probably could have used this. Oh well. I could have used this. Yeah. I don't know if the blades on this one are thin enough. Ow, that really hurts. That's pretty thin, actually. Although I'd probably cut my fingers off with this one. I don't think I trust myself with it. Dog is going nuts. They must be moving stuff from the house next door. Where is Square Thing? What'd I do with Square Thing? Square Thing, show yourself. There it is. Happy little creature on the table. I don't know what you're talking about, man. What the fuck are you talking about? I got all kinds of stuff. All the little kitschy things, the crimscrams that I appreciate. Flatulent Gonad is another one of those who has all the crimscrams all over the desk. What up, Wonky? Wonka robot. This thing is so worn down, it's like smooth. It really should have a like a wrench flat spot on it, but it's just been rounded out. Oh yeah, these insulin pumps are like the adhesive label for it is a fun little happy blob. I didn't see this stuff on the table. I need to clean up after myself. I'm hoping that Tandem Diabetes comes out with their pod, because they were making a pod that clips on to like it's like an adhesive frame that you put on your body, and then their pod comes in and clips onto that, and it probably has a cartridge on it that you load up with insulin and inject you. I like that system a lot more because you reuse the pump piece instead of using them up. Because it's a lot of technology that I'm now just going to throw out. Okay, we still haven't gripped the thing. Why do we still not grip? What's going on here? I put the square thing in. Oh, it doesn't. That's not the square thing. I got the wrong part. Damn it. It's the wrong part. This is supposed to be the thing that grips the little rotation thing. Yes, I've done a teardown of the used pumps, and I've had one. I think it's gone. Yeah, I used to have one on the desk here that I could show off, but it didn't have the electronics on it. It's pretty cool. It uses a piece of memory wire to pull back and forth this little pawl that has these two little ears on it. And so that thing moves like this against two gears. And so one gear will snap to lock in place, and the other one will get pushed forward at the same time. So it does this, and it also sets electrical contacts at the top, but it gets pulled like this, and it's able to work this wheel and spin it. And what that does is it advances a brass collar on threads to push forward the plunger. Pretty complicated, although it is very simple. It is made entirely to advance this plunger in one direction only and be fundamentally unresettable, just by nature of the design, of the evilness of the design. Okay, where's the little square piece that I need in order to run the Dremel at all? I really would have liked to have made these things today instead of just faffing about like we normally do. I don't know where the square piece is. This is frustrating. It's not there either. What did I do with that piece? How could I lose that one thing that allows me to use the Dremel? Where else would it have? Aha, wait a minute. This is just a normal one of the collets. This isn't the square one. There's a special collet that I have to put on the Dremel. Is it on the other Dremel? It might be, it might be on the Dremel on the wall. Hold on, let's go get it. Let's go get it. Let's go out to the movies. Yeah, here it is. Give me that. Give me that. It's my old Dremel. It's an old Dremel. That old Dremel ain't gonna hunt. All right. Old Dremel. Anything else over here that I need? No. Okay, coming back. I'm coming back. Okay. This is the part that I needed. Look at this guy with two Dremels. My super old one, and then one that I somehow inherited. I don't know where this one even came from. This one's slightly newer, but the old one is like from the year 2000, I think. I think it's a 25-year-old Dremel. Dremel gun. This is the XPR, I don't know. This is before they started getting really cheap. So both of my Dremels are relatively old. They're from an era where Dremel actually made a decent tool. I don't really like using the Dremel. Okay, there we go. Okay, now I've got Dremel power. By the power of Dremel. Now, can I hang this thing up like here where I don't have to worry about it? I need to be able to get to the power switch so that my arterial spray can be treated. There we go. That under there, up here. I guess it's got to go right there. This is not a great spot. It's gonna like wiggle itself free. I guess that'll work for now. Wear a hook when you need. I actually got hooks over here. Hold on, wait a sec. Probably have just the right thing. Where'd my S and slightly different S hooks go? I had my S and slightly different S hooks. Oh, I'm using it to hold up a bunch of Star Trek shit. Okay, what about this one? I got all those Star Trek emotes because we used to collect them. They've all almost exploded. I don't know what they were plugged into. And so I've got to come back through them and see if there's any way, there we go, see if there's any way to fix them. But that's a project for another day. No, the camera screw's too horizontal because then this thing will pull down and then it'll go up. I've tried it before. What about emotes? What do you, huh? Did I say Star Trek emotes? I meant ornaments. Ornaments. Where did my brain went somewhere that none of us can follow. I did say emotes. Weird. You're hearing things. It's not me, it's you. Let's see what kind of cut we get. So my activation switch is way the F over here. What is my dog barking at? Yes. Well then. Okay. I mean, it obliterated it. I was the inconsistency in that case. Maybe if I can rein it in a little bit better. Because that did cut pretty well. It's just towards the end, I would drift and then it would cause problems. What about cutting the edges here? I don't have any good way of holding it down. Because yeah, most of these cuts are just cursed because I'm moving. I am a wiggly human being. Clamp what? Where? Everything's in the way. There isn't enough space for me to come in and clamp it. Unless I clamp it from behind. If I come up with some kind of a, might be able to do something. Hold on. Okay, the ideas are flowing. I might be able to do something with this. This is a little bit much though. I don't think I need this size, but this is a Bessie clamp. It's the only size that I have. I don't have a smaller one. I need a surface over here where it can clamp. I have a few of those ornaments too. Since our tree is lit with LEDs, I made a power bank with Christmas lights wires coming out of it. Oh, that's a good one. That's a neat idea. Yeah, because the Spock one doesn't work unless you have 120 volts going into it. Yeah, I mean, if I had some way to hold it down or to limit its motion. Clamp the clamp to the table. Yeah, I can get in on the side here and clamp it. Although the desk protector needs to be moved forward to do that. Clean it up. Okay, 2 clamps, please. Yeah. All this stuff is in arm's reach. These aren't going to hold much, but at least they'll keep it stable. That means I won't be able to cut on the microscope. This is in the way, and I want to move it without breaking it. I'm going to have to power it down. How is it lit up? Oh, because I plugged it into USB, that's right. It's like, wait a minute. If there's no power, how are there power? Those ain't just giant muscles, it's actually an insulin pump on my arm. And I'm happy to see you. All right, power wires out of the way. This out of the way. Dog collar, gently put that back here. So it still sparkles. And figure out if we're clear here. Oh, this is part of the dog collar. That goes here. Okay, so we're clear here. If the piece you're cutting off can't fall away from the thing, it might get hit by the blade and change its shape. Maybe, but I mean, we shouldn't be caught by such, like, we're really Bush League here. I know we're doing something very small, which is part of why it's kind of impossible. Clamping this down helps. I need something to, like, limit. Like, if I could get in up top here, I don't think, will that avoid the blade? Live by the blade, die by the blade? No, that's not going to leave enough of a gap. That needs to be like out here. So that's not really going to work. If I could put that over top of it, that might help. Because then I would just have like the circuit board width. Whereas, I'll just use this as an example. Like that. Because that actually really does hold it in. I don't know. Or just having something that I can tighten on it and then do the cut. Because then I tighten this, do the cut. Turn the page, wash my hands. Turn the page, wash my hands. Turn the page, wash my hands. I think that's what I got to do. Turn the page, wash my hands. I don't have another one of these beams. These other 2 beams are too large. I don't have any more. Ah. Shit. What do I do? No, that's stupid. Huh. Well, yeah, if the blade ran next to the beam, I wanted to have support on both ends for the thing. So that I can have this stopper on it and do the right width. So, because I don't think I can float the stopper out over here and have it be as good. The cuts were okay. I just need to be patient with it. Like here, I'll do test cut. You stay over there. That's the other thing, is this part of the cable is going to bring it towards me. Could use the saw to cut the metal to modify the angle thing, I guess. Oh, a sec. Oh my god, it's like a dastardly evil villain machine. Can you save her in time? That just flew. That just tossed it over my shoulder. Yeah, so I mean, so a couple errors in there, but mostly that was cutting consistently. It wasn't cutting at the mark that I wanted it to, so I think I need to, yeah, it's like auto-ejecting these little slices at me. Ooh, that one turned out real bad. Wow, okay, hold on. Let's find one of the ones that it shot at my face. Oh, I guess this is one of the ones. That's, I think under width. Let's just check with the calipers. I mean, it really should be 0.1 of an inch. Really? Oh, wait, inch. I mean, 0.01. 0.08, what's 0.08 between friends? T short over your mouth. What? What? Huh? So these should be 0.1, and they're pretty much almost that. Which means this just needs to scooch back a little bit. Although, I don't know, maybe I am just going to have to sacrifice every other one. That will probably get it a little bit beyond 0.1, which means I'm going to be cutting them shorter and shorter every time. I should be ending up in exactly the same spot that I've started in. This thing would be 2.54. Wouldn't that be easier to go by? Yeah, it's easier to go by. I mean, you know, 0.1 is just as easy. It's the same calipers, but whatever. Same calipers, different measure. Okay. Now the cuts, do they look pretty good? I mean, that's all I really need. And they do look like they're pretty, I don't know if those are the best examples. Let me check the ones that flew in my face. Any of them down here? I don't see them. They're small and they kind of flew. There's one. Oh no, that's one of the other boards. That one's way less consistent. Yeah, I mean, I think the thing about the part that's cut getting stuck next to the grinder is absolutely happening. Because it kind of gets stuck in the trough and I haven't fully retracted the blade yet. And so it rattles around and sort of hits itself up against the spinning blade. And that's what sends most of them flying back in my face. I may have to rethink this one, fellas. Here, wait a minute. Oh yeah, and depending on if I push down on this thing, it'll move around a little bit. I got to put very light pressure on this so that the linear bearing is what's doing all the work. Give you guys a better angle of everything that's happening. That way I don't have to put my eyes in the path of the Dremel. Yeah, those scratches are just because I was moving things. What, you want to be right in the trajectory of where this thing is throwing all the little pieces of circuit board? Sure. Why not? I'm going to cut this one a little weird. Actually, wait. Too wide now. What the? The cutting thing fell out of the cutting thing. It, oops, what was that one? That was wrong one. Arm focus. Okay, the tube that does all the cutting fell out. I don't know how. It's not like I didn't put this thing together properly. I guess this is just an old system. I know, it just decided, like, you know what? I'm not doing this anymore. You've done this for the last time. Maybe the angle was too much. Let's see, it's just a square piece that has this spinny like cable thing. Not supposed to fit into this thing on the other end. I guess it can fall into this too far, but I had this thing hanging up, so it should not want to do that. I guess it must have been the weird angles. We got to put it like on the other side of the lighting stand. Other side of the lighting stand, that way this thing is a little bit more flat. Wow, it's getting dark out already. Shit. Alright, so now this thing is totally inconvenient for me to turn on and off. I actually do have a foot switch that does this, but maybe that'll preserve the, what the fuck? No, it's not on this side either. What is your problem? I don't know how to make this thing work better. Ah, man, my Dremel broke. Alright. Well. Aside from mounting the Dremel to this thing directly, we're close. I feel like we're close, but I'm generating way too much dust right now. And I got Julian coming in here tomorrow, so I really don't want to totally screw things up. If we were getting these to cut successfully, I would be totally happy. But there's something wrong with it. It's kicking the pieces all around, so... I know. I'm not a monolith. Not everything I say is exactly right. Tighten the shuck on the Dremel side. Still tight. We got it. Yeah, it's tight. It's that little square extension, the like spinning cable can fall too far into it and then it backs out of this side. So clean it up. We'll have to think about ways to make this work in the future. Tighten down the Dremel side. What do you mean tighten the shuck? There's no shuck. It's literally just a square hole. Maybe it needs to have the, like a blocker shuck. Hold on a sec. Where is... Or did it back itself out? If it screws in righty-tighty, maybe I'm missing something. Yes, I tightened the square hole. I don't think it takes one of these shucks when you do this. Because then I would just have... Yeah, no, the shuck doesn't fit with the thing. Brass collet? What you talking about? Like, I can do this as far as it'll go. Goes in the square hole. Which is what I did. Hold down the thing, tighten that as far as it'll go. And then this piece, which can fall out of here. This part of the cable has the square thing on it, and that goes in here. And then that translates the torque. But it can go way down in there. And I think that's probably what happened. Hold on, I gotta move this, it's like off camera, so I'll move it over, push this thing in until it engages. So that's what I did. I think it's just over angling the, there, see now it's running. But I don't think I'm going to operate it, you know, like this with my arm all the way out. Danger to the manifold, it's going to explode. Yeah, well, that's exactly what just happened. It's at too much of an angle. I need like something that'll hold on to this all the way out here. I think I used my lighting stand last time. I don't know. I'll have to figure this out. We're going to rethink this one. We're going to rethink this one next week. I have Julian coming in here tomorrow, supposedly, unless something comes up. Mine is an older style that relies on a brass collet to hold the square flex. This is just the end of the thing. If there was a brass collet, I've lost it many, many years ago, but I've been able to use this just fine over the years. It just has the insert that has the square cut in it, which is not the best way to translate torque, but it also means that that spinny cable can go back and forth. So, what's up, Michael? I've had them absolutely shred themselves a few times. Be careful. That's not promising. Maybe I do have to hook up my like foot pedal to use this thing. This is making its little jig into an entire machine. I think the best thing that I can do is probably to use the milling machine and take an end mill that has a very sharp tip and double-sided tape the PCB down, and that way I can go back and forth with the mill. Everything will be nice and square, and I can make my individual cuts. Get yourself a laser cutter. Well, I mean, yeah, somebody want to send me one? I've been wanting a laser cutter for a long time. Yeah, because if I get the man out of the machine, then all my cuts will be right. Because these little slivers that I've been creating are not, they're a little undersized, a little oversized. We got the Crete Vision Pro. I don't have laser cutter money. I wish I did. A laser head for the 3D printer. I don't know. They are getting more powerful with their fiber pump lasers. Yeah, because either the reason the laser cutters are so expensive is you either have a full-on motion gantry with a tube laser. Those are those big CO2 tube lasers that are also water-cooled. And so all that stuff is expensive. That all costs money. Or you have a fiber-pumped diode. So you have this fiber optic loop, and you have a diode that's pumping laser energy into that loop. And those are tuned very specifically. They can get very powerful. But again, it all costs money. So I cut PCBs with a laser. Mine was about $10,000. It's a fiber laser. Cool. Yeah, let me just run out with my $10,000. I don't fucking have $10,000. Holy shit. That must be nice, though. I mean, laser cut would also have a lot of things that I could do with it, aside from just cutting. Water-cooled CO2 job is nice, but it's a pain in the ass to run, and it gets misaligned, and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, anyone who's had experience with it, I mean, obviously, I would love to have that kind of stuff. I would love to have it. Just one of these, buy it and run it. The ones that are more accessible to me are like $5,000, but they're like a desktop thing. They sit on your desktop and they've got a little who's what's it, powerful thing, and it just projects from one area. This thing is very annoying to store, but it comes in handy so much. It's so useful. Just the linear cut jig. I'll have to find a new place for it though. MOPA. What is a MOPA laser? Well, we said we'd try a bunch of different methods for cutting the PCB. Scoring it didn't work because it was too close to, the size of the thing that we're scoring is, or that we're breaking off from the scored edge it's too small. You can't get enough torque on it. And then the row of holes that's nearby is just encouraging the cut to be there. So that didn't work. We tried, what else did we try? I mean, the Dremel was probably the best way to do it. There's just a lot of dust. A lot of dust. And then the size of the thing that I'm trying to make is prohibitive towards a lot of the different cutting methods. I think maybe using the mill is probably going to be the best way because I have the most control over where things are going to be cutting. The only challenge in the case of the mill is going to be holding down the workpiece. And I don't have a DRO, so I can't like do it by the numbers. I've explained it a lot. What I'm trying to do is make an LED holder for breadboarding stuff. So when I'm breadboarding, I want to show what's on a particular channel. I want a 0.1 inch wide, slightly less than 0.1 inch wide PCB that's 5.05 long with a plated through hole on either end and a resistor and an LED. And so what I'll be able to do is put them all right next to each other and they'll be able to light up on the breadboard. Oh, that's nice of you, but I mean, the purpose, the second purpose of this stream was to have this stream. MOPA is a more controllable version of that fiber laser. You can control how fast it pulses, how strong it is, how long each pulse lasts. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I would love if that welding, the laser welder guys were like, here's a laser welder to review. That would be great, but I'm too bush league for that sort of thing. I don't get that kind of thing. We used to get close to that, and I still do get people who want to send me stuff, which is really cool. We're just not big enough for the big YouTuber money, right? Yeah, that's a pretty crazy laser. I would love to have the big crazy laser, but until Burn the Subs makes this channel actually viable, then here we are. Oh, did I scraped my beautiful mat, my beautiful healing cutting mat. All right, so I'm gonna have to reevaluate this, and I'm probably gonna have to wash my hands a couple times to get all that dust off. Yeah, it's a little early for closing time, but I think I'm gonna wrap it up here because we don't have anything else that I can really try in short order. The mill would probably be the only other thing that I would try. Laser cutters obviously would be perfect. I don't have laser cutters. Your average hobby, weekend gamer does not have laser money. Of course, you guys all of you have lasers apparently. Everybody's talking about lasers. Where did you guys get all these lasers? I don't have a single one. I actually do have a power supply for a laser. That's what I took apart and put the internals of the steering wheel project into. Amazon marking machine. Oh no. Yeah, I have laser diodes everywhere. I don't have functional axis enabled cutting lasers. Yeah, let me run out and get this. I don't think you guys understand that my budget just doesn't exist. Like, I can't afford the glasses that come with this thing. It'd be very cool. I've looked at this before, actually, this very model. Yeah, that'd be real cool, but I am putting it on my wish list. I would need to build a little cage around it with some ventilation, too. All the stream money built the steering wheel, pretty much. All right. Yeah, today was pretty active. You guys were fun. A lot of cool stuff going on. We had Cosmo Quest X raid with a party of 11. We actually managed to get a hype train. Veet Newcomb gifted a sub. Wayne Johnson subbed. And Greta Mike subbed. And that was it for the week. I'm going to be back tomorrow. I'm going to have Julian here. So we'll have a slightly different dynamic in the shop. And Julian will hopefully bring a little bit of energy. And maybe he won't see all the dust everywhere. I'm going to have to... can this exact model cut fabric? No. What the heck? What the heck? Incredimike. Hey, Incredimike, thank you so much. Wow, that's very nice. There's 5 subs going to Gabenary, JT988, Poopsie Doodle, Dr. Nero, and Acadababer, Cadaber. I don't know how to say these names. Trying to put my screwdrivers away, but I can't find I can't find a root. There we go. I found it. Got it. Okay. I got so many things that need tending to. Mostly I'm gonna have to like clean this place up so that things aren't as crazy around here. Oh, was that? Oh no, we're still going through. Yeah. We'll get there. We'll get there. Try to contain the dust. Yeah, that's well if you're lasering especially. Yeah, and if I did the laser, that would mean that I would be able to like engrave stuff. So that'd be a great thing to have. But I don't think I have space for it. Even it could live in the 3D printing area over in the other room. But again, like it's a little limited what I could do. The linear ultraviolet printer would be a wonderful thing. Too expensive. Modifying one in if there was a kit that was the right price, but it's all still too expensive. Sleep on it tonight and you'll come up with an idea. Maybe. Yeah, I think what I want to do is try the V-groove on the milling machine. I need to find the pointiest end mill that I can and send it very carefully and slowly. The problem is if I do it a little bit too fast, it'll break. See the little CNC machine I found. I've seen those. I mean, I know most of them, but CNCing PCBs is totally a thing. Like you could easily do that. What if you make the fabric wet, then put it under the laser? Then you'd have to heat up the water, which wouldn't be a good idea. What is that link? Oh, it's cute. It's very cute. It's only 120 bucks. I already have the parts for, you know, something like this. I just haven't put them to the bench in order to actually build something like this. Because yeah, I would like to build something like this. We even have 3-phase motors that I've turned into servos that have a gear reduction on them. So the smaller the machine, the more you're chasing down nines, right? Chasing down nines meaning you've got your calibration and you've got a number, and you keep going 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, and never hitting 1. That's chasing down nines. And so when you get these small machines, some of them can tend to be a little bendy, not have as much mass behind what's cutting, and they can cause you to have to really chase down that accuracy that you might not ever get out of it. We're getting better at building the small ones. They're getting better. So these things that I'm saying are like old machinists' knowledge, but the big machines do the small stuff better than the small machines, right? That's just the rules of the shop. So CNC the subs. I mean, that's what it's essentially we're working on. That's what we're working on. That's what we're getting into. Yeah, this one, it does look fairly solid depending on what work you're having it do. It might be too small to be bendy. Yes, they do. They take big machine space and power, but all of that, all the inertia that you have behind the cutting head and stuff like that, that all plays into your ability to make small parts. And I'm not the first person to say this, so don't come at me with your counter examples like you guys always do. You love your little counter examples. Would bother, you're a hypocrite. No, I know what I'm talking about. Yeah, you can, those little ones you can at least carry to a different space in the house. You can put them somewhere else. You can get them out of the cabinet when you need them. I'm not knocking it for that. Not really knocking it for anything. It's fine. It's a fine machine. Be very useful. This thing away. Yeah, okay. Well, anyway, I'm out of stuff, so I have nothing else to do. I just need to clean up around here, right? Getting back into astrophotography, and suddenly I'm realizing how handy it would be to have a machine or print my own doohickeys and thingamaboobers. Apparently, we learned that recently in the Discord that there's a lot of that astronomy stuff, because all that astronomy stuff is just moving around your gantry very slowly, consistently, and it takes a lot of like brackets and stuff like that in order to make that happen, right? Brackets and things that spin against other things, and like, what else is a 3D printer good for than printing these big, boisterous things with gear teeth in them, right? So like, yeah, absolutely. Like if you want to get back into astrophotography, get that 3D printer tuned and ready to go, because you can drop in on a couple websites and find all kinds of really cool stuff. We've collected all of our hype emotes. Hey, we hit that hype train. How's it going, everybody? All right, it is Friday. It is Friday. I want you guys to go out there and touch the stars. No, touch grass. And I am going to go take the dog for a little walk. Gonad had 3D printers years ago, and I bought one, and now he has 3. I was the same way. I was the exact same way. I think Gonad and I are cut of the same cloth, because I thought our 2D printers don't even freaking work. Like, how can we add an axis to that and have it still be useful? I don't have 3. I have 2 printers that are working right now. It's the ultimate bracket factory. That's exactly it. Like, I don't care if the prints are pretty. I just care that my machine is kind of calibrated, and then I can squirt out PETG, which is one of the stronger filaments to print without an enclosure. So it doesn't smell, it doesn't make noise. That was one of my big terms with the 3D printer was, hey, shut up. It can't make any noise in the shop, and I need to look over and see if it's working. So all those criteria have been matched: the repeatability, the noise, and the no smells or anything like that, and strength. All that stuff has been met. And so I'm actually pretty impressed with 3D printing now, whereas I was a big skeptic of 3D printing a while back. And again, a while back, 3D printing was not that good. We got much better at it. Yeah, the lemon has to be by the TV remote, and so you need to make the bracket for that. And what I've added to that fray, scanning. I'm able to 3D scan. Did I just hold the middle finger up for some cultures? 3D scanning is something that I would very much like to do one day if I had a little bit more space. And I don't mean just like a little bit more space. I mean, like, if I had a garage, I could take you guys to the garage. The streaming platform can be extended through NDI within the house. I can have you guys on my cell phone with a battery bank or whatever, and we can work on the car. What I would, listen, it's wishy-washy, and I know it's theory crafting, but I have done a lot of these types of automotive projects. I would love to take, not the 3D printing, but the scanning and the CAD design and the metal bracketry to electrify and resto mod a car, which is something that I've always had. I've always had a project car. I don't have one now. I haven't had one for like half a decade. Redesign some of the systems in the car to work better with modern technology, because I don't want to replace bulbs. Not a Datsun 100A. It's for me, it would be the 944, because I have cardinal knowledge of the 944. I've owned a 944 for many years, and what I was going to do is put an LS1 into a 944. I got the whole motor mounted in there, everything matched up. I got the bell housing and all that stuff ready to go, and then I got bogged down in the Chevy electricals, getting all the doodads to work in the Chevy. It would have been better for my time and my money if I wasn't being scrappy and I just bought a turnkey harness, because then you drop that on the motor, plug it into the battery, and turn the key and the motor starts. That's where the project sort of stopped, and it lingered for too long. Nowadays, for pennies on the dollar, no, they're still pretty expensive, but you can get a Tesla from like a fleet sale, right? Older Tesla, the battery's maybe not as good as it could be. You get the small drive unit, 3D scan where your motor went, put all the holes in the right place in CAD, print out some brackets, or not print, because I would never trust PETG for that job. Get some brackets made from a laser cut place, and then Bob's your uncle. You can pretty much throw everything together. Like, the axle fitting and welding would be the toughest part for me. But like I said, I've done that kind of car stuff for a long time, so it won't happen anytime soon. We'll have to see the state of technology when I do finally get a little bit of room to breathe. For now, it's got to stay down here. When O'Bother does electromechanical etching, I was going to do electromechanical etching I don't have them here. They're in a bin across the way. I was using the milling machine to try to make D&D dice, because that was when D&D was like the hot stuff. Everybody was doing stuff with D&D, and I was like, I want to make dice, and then I want to use the, here it is. The EDM, electric, like, carbon milling, in order to put a fancy number plate on each thing. But I was having trouble with all of the angles of the D20. I wanted to get a fifth axis to spin like a rod, and then I could make it out of aluminum rods. So if I could CNC it with that fifth axis, it would just all be hitting the angles, and then the thing would drop off, and there would be one sort of a cheesy edge that you would have to like fix, and then it would be repeatable, nicely machined dice. And then advance the rod, do the cuts again on the angle. Yeah, I had it all planned out. I was working on that, but then I started streaming and I forgot about that project. But I still have these sitting around as a reminder, my little test cuts to try to CNC not CNC, to manually mill dice. But then I was like, how do I engrave the ends? And the answer was, well, what if I made a blank and then I did the electrode discharge machining? And I found an Arduino project that used a particular laser cutter controller. Bought that controller. It had an Arduino Nano on it. That became the control board for Burn the Subs. This sort of unknown Chinese control board that we could never find information on. So that's sort of the churn of the shop. That's how the water washes around and mixes. We get projects that come in. I have things that I never brought to fruition, and sort of things just sort of churn around and become something like Burn the Subs. So anyway, we're going to work on Burn the Subs eventually. Julian's here tomorrow. You guys have a good time. I will see you all on the flip side. I can never find the button in time.